In 198 BC, Antiochus III of Syria, ruler of the Seleucid Empire, finally took control of Palestine from Egypt's young king, Ptolemy V. But 10 years later, his victory was undone when his armies faced the Roman legions at Magnesia in Asia Minor. The defeat was crushing. The peace terms forced on him by Rome, now the dominant power of the Mediterranean, shook the Seleucid Empire to its core. Over the next 3 reigns, fear of another confrontation with Rome never faded. To strengthen the kingdom against that threat, unity was needed, and the Seleucid rulers believed it could be achieved by promoting the shared ideals of Greek religion and culture. Under Seleucid administration, the Greek cities were allowed to govern themselves in local matters. They were free to make their own internal decisions, though they still answered to royal officials and were expected to follow the king's policies abroad. The Seleucid monarchs were passionate about spreading Greek ways wherever they ruled. Antiochus IV, who proudly took the title Epiphanes, meaning God manifest, pushed this vision even further. He wanted to bring his diverse empire under one faith through the worship of Olympian Zeus, and he dreamed of uniting the Greek world by conquering Egypt and replacing the Ptolemaic line with his own. For nearly 2 centuries, Palestine remained under Seleucid control. During this time, Greek influence spread rapidly. Gymnasiums, theaters, and athletic contests appeared everywhere, and many young people, among them even some priests, were drawn to the new customs. Yet this wave of Hellenization caused deep division. Traditional high priests clashed with reform-minded Jews who embraced Greek culture. The pro-Greek faction persuaded Antiochus IV to depose the high priest Onias IV and appoint his brother Jason in his place. Soon, an even more radical group replaced Jason with Menelaus, a man whose religious background was questionable, but who promised full acceptance of Greek customs. When Antiochus was away in Egypt, Jason tried to retake Jerusalem, giving the king a reason to intervene militarily. His troops stormed the city, seizing temple treasures and dedicating the sacred site to Zeus and Dionysus. Swine were sacrificed on the altar, and a Greek-style city was built on the western hill, intended to be called Antioch in Jerusalem. A fortress named the Acra was constructed nearby, housing a Seleucid garrison that overlooked the temple. Before long, Antiochus realized that he had been deceived. The Jewish people had no intention of accepting Greek gods or abandoning their faith. His officials banned Jewish practices and demanded sacrifices to Greek deities. Those who resisted were executed. Others fled into the hills. It was the first great religious persecution in recorded history, and it sparked open rebellion. The uprising began not in Jerusalem, but in the small town of Modane. When the king's envoys arrived to enforce pagan sacrifices, a priest named Mattathias the Hasmonean struck down both the royal officer and a collaborating Jew. Declaring his loyalty to the faith of his ancestors, he fled with his 5 sons into the mountains. There they gathered followers, destroyed pagan altars, and fought against both the Seleucids and Hellenized Jews. After Mattathias died, his 3rd son, Judas Maccabeus, emerged as the leader, a man of remarkable courage and tactical skill. Under Judas's command, the rebels swiftly took control of much of Judea and surrounded the Seleucid forces in Jerusalem. Several attempts were made to break the siege. The first failed completely. A second force, led by Apollonius, governor of Samaria, was ambushed and destroyed near Libona. This defeat alarmed Saron, commander of the Syrian army in Coele, Syria, who advanced through Beth Horon, but was trapped and routed by Judas's guerrilla fighters. Meanwhile, Antiochus set out on a campaign in Persia and left his kinsman Lysias to govern the western provinces. Lysias gathered a large army under generals Ptolemy, Nicanor, and Gorgias. They camped near Emmaus, at the foot of the hills surrounding Jerusalem. Judas positioned his men between the enemy and the city. When the generals split their troops to hunt him in the hills, Judas struck at Emmaus, seizing the camp and pursuing the retreating soldiers as far as Gezer. When Gorgias returned, he found his forces scattered and retreated in confusion. Lysias then led a second campaign and met Judas's army at Beth Zur. Though details are unclear, Judas won the day, forcing Lysias to retreat. The way to Jerusalem was open. Judas entered the city, purified the temple, and restored the sacrifices. The dedication took place on the 25th of Kislev, 165 BC, a date still celebrated today as the Festival of Hanukkah. Afterward, Judas and his brother Simon turned north to rescue Jewish communities in Galilee and Gilead, who were suffering under hostile neighbors. Many refugees were brought back to Jerusalem, and the rebels struck back against cities like Jaffa and Jamnia for their attacks on Jews. During these campaigns, Antiochus IV died in Persia, and his young son, Antiochus V Eupator, succeeded him. Seeking to re-establish control, the new king sent another army against Judea. Once again, battle was joined at Beth Zur, but this time Judas was forced to fall back to Gophna. The Seleucids retook Jerusalem, tore down the temple defenses, and appointed Alcimus, also called Eljakim, as high priest, a descendant of Aaron, who won the support of the pious Hasidians. The general Nicanor remained in Jerusalem to enforce the new order and keep the city under royal control. Despite devastating losses, Judas Maccabeus and his followers refused to surrender. They believed true freedom of faith could only exist if their nation was completely independent. Ironically, their cause found unexpected support from Rome. The Romans, seeking to weaken the Seleucid Empire, then the most powerful of the Eastern Greek states, saw in the Jewish revolt an opportunity. They reached out to Judas, forging an alliance that aligned political strategy with the Jewish fight for survival. Meanwhile, the Seleucid dynasty was beginning to fracture from within. Antiochus IV had taken the throne by displacing his nephew Demetrius, son of the previous ruler Seleucus IV. When Demetrius returned, he overthrew Antiochus V and claimed power for himself. This act marked the beginning of the empire's long decline, as the family became consumed by civil conflict and rival claims to the throne. Judas won a major victory over the Seleucid general Nicanor, but the new king Demetrius sent another commander, Bacchides, to crush the rebellion. In the fierce battle of Eleasa, Judas was killed. His death was a national tragedy. The people mourned deeply, fearing the end of their struggle. Leadership passed to Jonathan, the youngest son of Mattathias, who led the surviving rebels into the Judean wilderness. For 3 years they fought on, resisting from their mountain strongholds. Though the Seleucids built a network of fortresses across the region, Jonathan seized ground near Beth Bassi, close to Bethlehem. Eventually, chaos within the Seleucid realm forced Bacchides to withdraw, allowing Jonathan to rule much of Judea independently, though Jerusalem and Beth Zur remained under foreign control. In 152 BC, Jonathan received formal permission from King Demetrius I to establish himself in Jerusalem. Soon after, Demetrius's rival, Alexander Balas, claiming to be the true heir of Antiochus Epiphanes, appointed Jonathan as high priest. For the next decade, Jonathan was deeply entangled in the endless power struggles of the Seleucid court. He expanded Judean territory and built a disciplined army that became one of the strongest south of Syria. His victories gave him control of Lydda, Arimathea, Ephraim, and parts of the Transjordan region. Yet his growing influence made him a target. He was betrayed and executed by the Syrian general Tryphon, leaving his brother Simon as the last of the Hasmonean brothers to lead the nation. Simon achieved what generations before him had dreamed of. In 143 BC, he demolished the fortress of the Acra, ending the foreign occupation of Jerusalem. He captured Jaffa, giving Judea access to the Mediterranean, and secured the road linking it to the capital. By 141 BC, Simon had gained full independence from the Seleucids and began minting his own coins, a powerful symbol of sovereignty. But in 135 BC, he was murdered by his own son-in-law, and his son John Hyrcanus I succeeded him. Soon after Hyrcanus came to power, Antiochus VII Sidetes invaded Judea. After a year-long siege of Jerusalem, the king forced harsh terms. Jaffa and Gezer were to return to Seleucid hands, and the city walls were to be breached. Yet the Seleucid victory was fleeting. When Antiochus died in 129 BC, Hyrcanus regained control and expanded his rule. Most of the inland Greek cities had already slipped free from Seleucid power, so Hyrcanus turned to the highlands of Judea and Samaria. He captured Medeba and Heshbon beyond the Jordan, securing command of the vital trade routes between Damascus and the Red Sea. Then he moved against the Samaritans, who submitted but maintained a measure of autonomy. In the south, the Idumeans were forced to adopt Judaism, a policy that became central to future Hasmonean expansion. In the north, Samaria fell after a long siege, followed by the Beth Shean Valley and the Carmel interior. By the end of his reign, however, Hyrcanus faced a growing internal divide. The Pharisees, spiritual descendants of the earlier Hasidim, who had fought with Judas Maccabeus, were disturbed by the increasing Greek influence spreading through Judea. Hyrcanus and his allies saw it as a necessary adaptation to survive in a Hellenistic world. But the religious conservatives viewed it as corruption. This clash of values would soon deepen, threatening to destroy the fragile independence the nation had fought so hard to achieve. When John Hyrcanus died in 104 BC, his son Judah Aristobulus I succeeded him, though he ruled for only a year. During that time, he annexed Galilee from the Itureans and turned it into a firmly Jewish region. After him came Alexander Jannaeus, another son of the Hasmonean line, who ruled from 103 to 76 BC. Under his leadership, Judea reached its greatest territorial extent since the days of King David. Through years of relentless campaigns, Jannaeus united nearly all of Palestine, expanding from the coastal plains of Carmel to the Jordan Valley, from the mountains of Transjordan to the deserts of the south. He even seized Gaza and land stretching to the border of Egypt. Although Jannaeus suffered numerous defeats in battle, his persistence was legendary. After every loss, he regrouped and struck back until victory was his. He hired Greek mercenaries to strengthen his forces and pursued a bold but reckless maritime policy that bordered on piracy. Greek cities were given a stark choice: adopt Judaism or abandon their homes. Over time, abandoned towns were resettled by Jews, changing the cultural map of the region. Domestically, Jannaeus faced even greater turmoil. His assumption of royal power alienated the Pharisees, who opposed the idea of merging kingship with priestly authority. The conflict exploded into civil war when rebel Jews allied themselves with the Seleucids against their own king. Judea eventually prevailed, reconciling much of the population, but years of bloodshed had scarred the nation. He died during the siege of Rabbah, east of the Jordan, and on his deathbed urged his wife, Queen Salome Alexandra, to make peace with the Pharisees. With his death, the Hasmonean era of unity and faith-driven resistance came to a close. The dynasty had saved the Jewish people from destruction, yet it could not resolve the deep divide between Greek culture and Jewish tradition, a division that would haunt the region for centuries. As the Seleucid Empire collapsed, the Eastern world slipped into chaos. Ambitious rulers like Tigranes of Armenia and Mithridates of Pontus sought to carve out new Eastern empires from the ruins of Hellenistic power. By now, Rome had firmly entrenched itself in Asia, turning the region into a province in 133 BC. But Roman rule brought its own troubles. Greed, corruption, and exploitation by governors and merchants sparked resentment. When Mithridates rose in revolt in 88 BC, many Greek cities joined him against Rome. Even as Rome faced internal strife, the social conflicts that would eventually topple its republic, it managed to hold its ground. Mithridates' initial victories in Greece were overturned, his allies crushed, and his fleets destroyed. Though he recovered briefly during the Second War, his final defeat came in the Third, when he and his ally Tigranes of Armenia were beaten by the Roman general Pompey the Great in 66 BC. Forced to flee to the Crimea, Mithridates took his own life, marking the end of the last great Eastern challenge to Roman supremacy. By 74 BC, Tigranes of Armenia had pushed his power south to Acre, even as his own capital was wrecked in war. A decade later, in 64 BC, Pompey the Great marched into Antioch, and Rome effectively took command of the eastern Mediterranean. One direct result was Syria's reduction to a Roman province. The many rulers who had carved up the old Seleucid lands now had to reckon with Rome's strength. Judea was poorly positioned for this new reality. Under Queen Salome Alexandra, 76 to 67 BC, authority tilted toward the Pharisees, and bitter feuds erupted within the elite. The rivalry crystallized between Hyrcanus II, who became high priest, and his brother Aristobulus II, champion of the Sadducees. When Alexandra died, civil war followed. Aristobulus forced Hyrcanus to step aside, whereupon Hyrcanus, guided by the Idumean Antipater, sought help from Aretas of Nabatea, promising to return the territories Judea had seized southeast of the Dead Sea. While Hyrcanus and Aretas besieged Jerusalem, the Roman general Scaurus arrived with orders from Pompey to halt the fighting. The coalition fell back to Philadelphia, only to be defeated by Aristobulus near the Jordan at a place called Papyron. At this point, Rome tightened its grip. Pompey summoned both brothers to Damascus and, after hearing their cases, chose to back the weaker claimant, Hyrcanus. Aristobulus resisted and was seized at Alexandrium in the Jordan Valley, yet his partisans held out on the Temple Mount until 63 BC, when Roman troops stormed the sanctuary. Pompey had two goals in Judea: assert Roman supremacy and revive Hellenistic civic life in the region's Greek cities. Rome's treatment varied by nation. Syria was annexed outright. The remote Nabateans lost Damascus but kept their core lands. The Itureans surrendered coastal towns but gained ground in the Bashan. The Jews fared harshly. They retained only Judea, eastern Idumea, Galilee, and Jewish Perea across the Jordan. Cities taken by Hyrcanus and Judea were stripped away. East of the Jordan, Pompey grouped these towns, with Scythopolis, into the Decapolis to strengthen their defense. Hyrcanus, aided by Antipater II, governed what remained of the Jewish state. Coastal and Transjordan Greek cities were restored quickly, while inland centers revived more slowly. Only Samaria and Scythopolis returned at once. Pompey's successor, Gabinius, faced repeated uprisings by Aristobulus and his son Alexander, needing 3 campaigns to crush them. He even attempted to partition Judea into 5 districts: Jerusalem, Jericho, Amathus, Adorium, and Sepphoris, each with its own Sanhedrin. But the scheme failed. Then Rome's own civil war reshaped the East. Antipater backed Julius Caesar in Alexandria, and after Caesar's victory, Hyrcanus was made ethnarch, while Antipater became administrator, epitropos, of Judea. Caesar restored Jaffa and the Jezreel Valley to Jewish control, but refused to reinstate Aristobulus's heirs. Antipater placed his sons Phasael over Jerusalem and Herod over Galilee. After Antipater's assassination in 42 BC, the brothers continued under Roman patronage. Herod, ruthless in suppressing Galilean rebels, was summoned before the Sanhedrin but defied the court and escaped punishment. Pompey's settlement, held until Caesar's assassination in 44 BC, unleashed turmoil. Power in the east swung among the Republican survivors, then the triumvirs Antony and Octavian, and finally Antony allied with Cleopatra. In the confusion, Hasmonean loyalists and ambitious Idumeans alike sought advantage. Antigonus, the surviving son of Aristobulus II, attacked Herod in 43 BC and lost. Mark Antony named Phasael and Herod tetrarchs under Hyrcanus, effectively handing them control of Judea. Rome's greatest eastern danger came from Parthia. In 40 BC, Parthian forces invaded Syria and Judea, aided by Jewish bands from Carmel and the Drymos forest in the Sharon. Phasael committed suicide. Hyrcanus was mutilated and rendered unfit for the high priesthood. Herod lacked the troops to hold Jerusalem. As the city fell, Antigonus was crowned king. Herod evacuated his family to the desert fortress of Masada by the Dead Sea, married Mariamne, granddaughter of Hyrcanus II, in 37 BC, and slipped away to seek aid from the Nabateans. Herod then sailed to Rome. With Hyrcanus disqualified and Antigonus branded a usurper, the throne appeared vacant. Octavian and Mark Antony proposed Herod as King of the Jews, and the Senate agreed. To broaden his base at home and increase the non-Jewish proportion of his subjects, the western Idumean zone and Samaritan territories were added to his realm. Although he dated his reign from the Roman grant in 40 BC, it took 3 years of war to make it real. Landing at Ptolemais, Herod seized Jaffa, relieved his family at Masada, and pressed a siege of Jerusalem while capturing Sepphoris, 39 to 38 BC. He also demonstrated loyalty to Rome by joining Antony at Samosata on the Euphrates, winning praise and support. In 37 BC, he finally crushed resistance in Jerusalem. Casualties were severe. Antigonus was executed on Antony's orders, ending Hasmonean rule. Herod then faced the harder task, securing acceptance among his Jewish subjects. The Hasmoneans had symbolized independence. With their fall and the purge of the old aristocracy, many despised Herod as an Idumean upstart. Though he considered himself Jewish, he lacked priestly lineage and could not serve as high priest. He therefore appointed and frequently replaced high priests he could control, building a new Sadducean elite loyal to the crown. The greatest external danger now came from Antony and Cleopatra, who whose ambitions in the eastern Mediterranean threatened Herod's position. Antony transferred to Cleopatra key assets, including the coast and Jericho's date groves, weakening Herod's resources. The crisis might have ended his rule, but in 31 BC Octavian defeated Antony and Cleopatra at Actium. Herod avoided the battle, then met Octavian at Rhodes and argued that his past loyalty to Antony proved he would be equally loyal to Octavian. The gamble worked. Octavian, soon styled Augustus and master of the Roman world, confirmed Herod as king. After Egypt's final annexation, Augustus visited Judea and awarded Herod the coastline from Gaza to Strato's tower, Caesarea, excluding Ascalon, plus Gadara and Hippos east of the Jordan. In 23 BC, he added wide tracts beyond the Jordan up to the Horan Mountains, and 3 years later granted the Golan as far as Peneus at the Jordan's source. The triumph of Augustus brought a wave of wealth and stability across the Roman world, and King Herod was one of its greatest beneficiaries. During the middle years of his reign, his power reached its peak, politically secure and economically strong. The fortune he gained through heavy taxation and profitable ventures, such as the copper mines of Cyprus, financed an ambitious building program that transformed his kingdom. Herod's realm was divided into two main parts. The first was the royal domain, ruled directly through his governors and divided into 20 administrative regions known as toparchies. Each toparchy oversaw clusters of villages and royal estates, including the fertile lands of the Jezreel Valley, the military zones beyond the Jordan, and colonies for his veteran soldiers at Gaba and Heshbon. The second part of his kingdom consisted of the Greek-style cities, some granted to him by Rome, and others that he either founded or restored himself. Among these were the coastal city of Caesarea, the inland capital of Samaria, renamed Sebaste in honor of Augustus, and another Caesarea near Peneus. These cities were self-governing but remained under Herod's supervision. In Judea, Herod worked with two goals in mind: to strengthen his rule and to leave behind a legacy worthy of a great monarch. He fortified key strongholds like Masada, Hyrcania, and Herodium, and constructed a magnificent palace in Jerusalem alongside the massive Antonia fortress overlooking the Temple Mount. Determined to prove himself both a protector and a visionary, he began rebuilding the temple itself, an undertaking meant to inspire loyalty and demonstrate piety. Though loyal to Rome, Herod also embraced Greek culture, seeing it as a bridge between his people and the wider empire. In 28 BC, he introduced Hellenistic-style celebrations to Judea, including the Actian Games, held every 4 years in honor of Augustus' victory at Actium. These events featured music, chariot races, athletic contests, and exhibitions with wild animals. New arenas and a large hippodrome were built to host them. But many Jews were outraged. Such games reminded them of the Greek customs their ancestors had fought to abolish during the Maccabean revolt. To them, this revival of Hellenic practices was a dangerous betrayal of their faith. Even in architecture, Herod faced challenges. Forbidden by Jewish law to depict human or animal forms, he decorated his buildings instead with designs of armor and trophies, motifs that only deepened suspicion among his people. His Greek-inspired projects provoked resentment so intense that at one point an assassination attempt was made against him. Unable to fully express himself within Judea, Herod turned his ambitions outward, investing in great cities beyond its borders. In Samaria, he founded Sebaste, named after Augustus, and along the coast he built the thriving port of Caesarea. opening new trade routes that connected his kingdom to the Mediterranean world. His generosity extended far beyond his realm. He funded temples, theaters, and gymnasia across the eastern provinces, from Damascus and Tripolis to Tyre and Sidon, earning admiration among the Greeks, though not from his own people. To many Jews, Herod remained a tyrant, and some rabbis declared that his reign was a punishment sent by God. Still, he continued to carry out acts of devotion within Judea. He built monumental tombs for the patriarchs in Hebron and a shrine to Abraham nearby. His greatest achievement, however, was the rebuilding of the temple itself, begun around 20 BC. To calm public doubt, Herod promised not to dismantle any part of the old structure until all new materials were ready. Thousands of workers were employed, and even priests were trained as builders, so that sacred areas would not be defiled by laymen. Herod often claimed the project was a holy mission, yet many believed he was driven less by faith than by guilt, an attempt to atone for his earlier brutality, including the killing of Jewish scholars. His life was marked by this contradiction, a ruler torn between loyalty to Rome and duty to his faith, striving to reconcile Jewish tradition with Greek and Roman culture. He knew that failure to find that balance could destroy both his dynasty and the fragile peace he had built. Herod lived into his late 60s, but spent his final years tormented by disease and paranoia. In his last acts of cruelty, he executed several of his own sons and even ordered the death of his heir, Antipater, only days before dying. He passed away hated by nearly everyone: his family, his people, and his court. His body was laid to rest in the monumental fortress of Herodium. After his death in 4 BC, Judea erupted in rebellion. The uprisings were eventually crushed by the Roman governor of Syria, Varus, who restored order with brutal efficiency. The question of succession was then settled in Rome. Augustus divided Herod's kingdom among his surviving sons. Archelaus received Judea, Samaria, and the coastal cities. Herod Antipas was given Galilee and Perea, and Philip ruled the territories east of the Jordan. Archelaus proved unpopular and was deposed after 9 years, his lands placed under direct Roman administration. Antipas remained until AD 39, when Emperor Caligula removed him, while Philip ruled peacefully until his death. In the decades leading to the Jewish War, the nation grew divided. 3 groups emerged: the Herodians, who favored collaboration with Rome and accepted Greek customs; the Sadducees, the temple elite who sought stability through compromise; and the Zealots, fierce nationalists who rejected foreign rule altogether. The Pharisees stood between them, a smaller but influential group devoted to religious law and spiritual purity. Herod's grandson, Agrippa I, tried to restore balance. Raised in Rome, he won the favor of the emperors Caligula and Claudius. Under Caligula, he received Philip's former lands, and later, when Antipas was removed, his domains as well. Claudius rewarded his loyalty by adding Judea and Samaria, nearly restoring the kingdom of Herod the Great. But Agrippa's rule was brief. He died in AD 44, and his teenage son Agrippa II was deemed too young to govern. Rome reinstated direct control through its procurators, marking the end of Jewish autonomy. The Roman administration, however, never truly understood the complexity of Judea or the deep spiritual currents of its people. As Strabo later noted, Rome placed Judea among its lesser imperial provinces, those governed not by senators but by equestrian officials, as if it were a troublesome borderland. It was a land too proud to be easily ruled, too divided to stand united, and too restless to accept peace under a foreign crown. From the very beginning, Roman rule in Judea was undermined by poor leadership. The appointment of Pontius Pilate as procurator proved disastrous. His administration was marked by two grave misjudgments that inflamed public anger. First, he allowed the Roman legions to march into Jerusalem carrying their military standards, an act Jews regarded as sacrilege within the holy city. Later, he went even further, seizing funds from the temple treasury to finance the construction of an aqueduct. The resulting outrage led to violent clashes and deepened the people's resentment toward Roman authority. Not all governors were failures. Some, like Tiberius Alexander, a Jew who had embraced Roman service, governed with skill and restraint. But the last of them, Albinus and Florus, were known for greed and cruelty. Their corruption and brutality finally drove the nation into open rebellion against Rome. Historians are fortunate that the events of Roman Palestine are better documented than almost any other province of the empire, apart from Egypt. This abundance of evidence offers a rare glimpse into how Rome managed diverse and often restless societies. Most of what we know, however, comes from a single remarkable source, the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus. Additional insight comes from the philosopher Philo of Alexandria, who described several episodes from the province's history and from the writings of the New Testament, which provide incidental yet valuable details. The Roman viewpoint, by contrast, is less well preserved. Writers such as Suetonius mention only the campaigns of Vespasian and Titus in Judea. Tacitus, in his histories, offers brief comments on the province, though much of his work on this period has been lost. When he does refer to Judea, it is usually to highlight the misconduct of Roman officials. Otherwise, he dismissively claims that all was peaceful under Tiberius. His portrayal of the Jews reflects the prejudices of his time. He saw their customs as strange, their beliefs as defiant and corrupt, and their religion as an affront to Roman values. Only when the province erupted into full-scale war, involving 2 future emperors and 4 legions, did Tacitus consider it worthy of attention. To the Roman mind, Judea was a small, troublesome corner of the empire, its uprisings seen as local disturbances, not matters of imperial importance. This leads to the great question historians still ask. Why did the Jews choose to revolt against Rome? What drove them to challenge the greatest power in the world? Despite the wealth of surviving sources, a clear answer remains elusive. Much of what we know depends again on Josephus and his monumental work, The Jewish War. Yet his writings are surrounded by controversy. Once a commander in the Jewish resistance, Josephus later defected to the Roman side, gaining favor with his former enemies. His unique position, as both participant and survivor, casts a shadow over his credibility. Some scholars argue that his accounts are too self-serving to be trusted, pointing to the contradictions between his various works, especially the conflicting details about his command in Galilee. Others defend him, believing that despite his bias and personal motives, Josephus remains an invaluable witness to one of history's most dramatic conflicts. His perspective may be imperfect, but without him, our understanding of the Jewish revolt and the final tragic years of Judean independence would be little more than fragments. Flavius Josephus remains one of the most complex and puzzling figures of the ancient world, a man of contradictions who embodied nearly every role possible in his lifetime: priest, scholar, soldier, traitor, and historian. Born as Joseph ben Mattathias in Jerusalem around AD 37, he came from an influential priestly family. Through his mother's line, he claimed descent from the royal Hasmonean dynasty, the family of the Maccabees, while his father's ancestry was deeply rooted in the priesthood. Educated from an early age in the laws of the Torah, Josephus described himself as a prodigy whose wisdom was sought even by the elders of the city. By his own account, at just 14, he was already advising Jerusalem's high priests and leading citizens on matters of religious law. As a teenager, Josephus grew restless with formal learning and began to explore the various religious sects of Judea. The land was divided by three major schools of thought: the Pharisees, Sadducees, and Essenes, and he claimed to have spent years among them to understand their teachings. He even lived for a time in the desert with a hermit named Banus, adopting an ascetic way of life before returning to Jerusalem at 19. By then, he said, he had chosen to follow the path of the Pharisees, whom he compared, somewhat inaccurately for his Greek readers, to the Stoics. This comparison, however, reveals more about Josephus' desire to appeal to a Roman audience than about his philosophical understanding, for his later writings show open hostility toward Greek ideas. Still, in his autobiography, Life, he highlighted his Pharisaic connections, perhaps to align himself with the popular and respected sect of his time. For several years, Josephus vanishes from his own narrative. When he reappears at 26, it is as a diplomat. Around AD 63, he traveled to Rome on a mission to secure the release of several Jewish priests who had been imprisoned under the Roman governor Felix. How he came to be chosen for this task, he never explains. In Rome, his fortunes rose swiftly when he gained access to Poppaea Sabina, the wife of Emperor Nero. She received him favorably, granted him rich gifts, and helped him succeed in his appeal, though Josephus neglects to say what those gifts were. Some have speculated they were intended as offerings for the temple, as Poppaea was known to be sympathetic toward the Jews. Upon his return to Judea, Josephus found the nation on the brink of disaster. Tensions with Rome were rising, and his efforts to calm the zealots and warn them of the consequences of rebellion were ignored. Branded a potential traitor by extremists, he sought refuge in the temple with other moderates. Together they tried to balance appearances, supporting the national cause while quietly hoping that the governor of Syria, Cestius Gallus, would soon arrive with an army to restore order and prevent war. When rebellion finally erupted, Josephus took no part in the initial violence. But after Cestius suffered a crushing defeat near Jerusalem, the rebel government reorganized and placed Josephus in command of Galilee and the stronghold city of Gamala. It was an extraordinary appointment for a man barely 30, with little to no military experience. In Life, he portrays his mission as diplomatic, sent to persuade armed factions to stand down and reserve their weapons for trained soldiers. Yet in the Jewish war, he paints a very different picture, describing himself as a commander who drilled troops according to Roman military discipline and fortified cities for battle. These inconsistencies are typical of Josephus's writings, which often reflect his shifting loyalties and attempts to justify his actions after the fact. During his time in Galilee, he clashed bitterly with another rebel leader, John of Gischala, who accused him of treachery and lobbied Jerusalem to have him removed. The high priest Ananus responded by sending envoys to replace Josephus, but he outmaneuvered them politically and managed to keep his command. Why Josephus was appointed in the first place remains a mystery. His cautious, even pro-Roman stance seems ill-suited to leading a rebellion. The province he governed was fractured. Sepphoris remained loyal to Rome and refused his authority. Tiberius was torn by internal conflict, and only Gamala stood firmly with him. Evidence from his own writings suggests he was attempting to play both sides, waiting to see which way the war would turn. He claims to have stockpiled grain for the Romans or for his own use, and his refusal to aid fellow rebels deepened suspicions of betrayal. According to his own account, the more radical factions, whom he labeled brigands, forced him to take command of the Galilean forces simply to avoid being overthrown. His leadership, however, quickly unraveled. In the spring of AD 67, as the Roman general Vespasian advanced with his legions, Josephus was abandoned by most of his men. Cornered and desperate, he took refuge in the fortified town of Jotapata, where he prepared to withstand a siege that would change the course of his life and his reputation forever. The story of Josephus at Jotapata stands as one of the most controversial and uncomfortable moments in his life, and in his own writings. When the Romans besieged the Galilean fortress, Josephus and 40 of his followers sought refuge in a cave. General Vespasian offered him mercy, promising that if he surrendered, his life would be spared. But his companions refused the offer. They would rather die by their own hands than submit to Roman capture. Josephus, after delivering an impassioned speech against the sin of suicide that failed to sway them, reluctantly agreed to a collective death pact. To decide the order of deaths, he proposed that lots be drawn. One by one, each man killed another, until only 2 remained alive: Josephus and 1 companion. Somehow, Josephus survived, claiming later that he had cleverly calculated the count to ensure his own safety. Centuries afterward, mathematicians would study this method and name it the Josephus problem, turning his grim stratagem into a famous mathematical puzzle of the Middle Ages. When he was finally captured, Josephus was brought before Vespasian. To save himself, he declared that he had received a divine revelation, that Vespasian would one day become emperor of Rome and found a new dynasty. According to later Roman sources, even a pagan witness confirmed the prophecy. Jewish tradition, however, attributes this same prediction to another man, Rabbi Yohanan ben Zakkai, who had been present during the siege of Jerusalem. Whether or not Vespasian believed Josephus, the prophecy came true. In the turbulent years of AD 68 to 69, as Nero's suicide plunged Rome into chaos and 3 emperors rose and fell in quick succession, Vespasian's eastern legions proclaimed him ruler of the empire. Once crowned emperor, Vespasian rewarded the man who had foretold his rise. Josephus was freed and accompanied him to Alexandria. When Vespasian's son Titus led the Roman armies back to Judea in AD 70, Josephus returned as well, no longer a rebel, but a mediator. Walking around the walls of Jerusalem, he pleaded with his people to surrender. Protected by Titus, he was spared the fury of the defenders who saw in him only a traitor. After the city fell, Titus granted him gifts, land near Jerusalem, sacred texts, and the freedom of his surviving family members. He then journeyed with the Romans back to Italy, never again to see his homeland. In Rome, Josephus rebuilt his life under imperial favor. He tells us that during this time he divorced his first wife, who had borne him 3 sons, 2 of whom had died. Later he married a Jewish woman from Crete of noble lineage, and with her he had 2 more sons, Eustace and Simonides Agrippa. Yet to his own people, he remained forever branded the traitor of Jerusalem. Many found it unbearable that he could write of Jotapata with pride, turning survival into self-congratulation. For more than 30 years, Josephus lived in Rome as a client of the Flavian dynasty. Commissioned by the emperors themselves, he wrote the history of the Jewish War, his account of Rome's conquest of Judea. Titus approved the work personally, ordering it published across the empire. In return, Josephus was granted Roman citizenship, a generous pension, and lodging within Vespasian's former palace. He took the name Flavius Josephus in honor of his imperial patrons and devoted the rest of his life to writing. But even in this comfort, controversy followed him. Accusations from Jewish exiles and rivals pursued him across the empire. He was accused of financing uprisings, slandered by his son's tutor, and attacked by another historian, Eustace of Tiberias, who blamed him for the rebellion in Galilee. Eustace's writings are now lost, but his accusations struck deeply, threatening Josephus's reputation and the circulation of his works. After Titus's death in AD 79, Josephus began to write more freely, taking on the role of historian and defender of his people. Yet he still remained within Rome's elite circle. Under Emperor Domitian, his privileges increased. His property in Judea was declared tax-free, his accusers were punished, and the Empress Domitia extended him personal favor. Even so, he never regained the affection of his fellow Jews. It was Rome that preserved his legacy. A statue was said to have been raised in his honor, and his books would later be celebrated by Christian scholars, including Saint Jerome, who called him a second Livy. Over the centuries, Josephus's writings, especially the Jewish War, became a cornerstone of both historical and religious study. Medieval scholars viewed him as a man of vast learning, an authority not only on history, but also on mathematics, geography, and theology. A later version of his work, known as the Testimonium Flavianum, even contained passages describing John the Baptist and Jesus, likely added by Christian editors to strengthen theological arguments in the Middle Ages. Because of these adaptations, Josephus's name was carried through the Christian world as a witness to early events of faith. His influence continued into modern times, inspiring thinkers and writers from Petrarch to Voltaire, and in the 20th century, the novelist Lion Feuchtwanger, who devoted a trilogy to his life. Yet one question has never been settled. Was Josephus truly a coward and a traitor, or a man of foresight who believed his people could survive only through accommodation with Rome? Even today, that debate continues. In 1992, Israeli television held a mock trial of Josephus for treason. After long deliberation, the verdict was the same as the one history seems to have granted him. Acquitted, not for innocence, but for lack of proof. In total, Josephus wrote 4 major works, all in Greek. His last 2, Against Apion and Life, were composed in the final years of his life around AD 93 to 96. The former was a defense of Judaism against its critics. The latter, a personal justification rather than a true autobiography. His 2 great historical works, The Jewish War and Jewish Antiquities, written earlier, chronicle the fall of Judea and the long history of the Jewish people. Josephus originally composed the Jewish War in Aramaic for readers in the East, intending it as a warning to neighboring nations not to challenge Rome's might. That version has not survived, though he later rewrote the book in Greek for the broader world. His priestly heritage gave him credibility, his Roman connections gave him access, and his bilingual ability gave him reach. It is thanks to this combination that his works endure, offering us the only complete narrative of one of antiquity's most turbulent eras. The surviving works of Flavius Josephus stand among the most remarkable examples of ancient Greek historiography. Written in elegant, classical Greek rather than the simpler language of the New Testament, they were crafted for a Greek-speaking audience across the Roman world. It is precisely because he wrote, or ensured his writings were translated, into this language that his works survived at all. For a Palestinian Jew whose native tongue was Aramaic, this mastery of Greek was extraordinary. His command of the language earned him admiration even centuries later. The Byzantine scholar Photius praised the purity and refinement of his style. Josephus himself took immense pride in this accomplishment. At the end of his Antiquities, he boldly declared that no one, Jew or foreigner, could have produced a more accurate account of Jewish history in the Greek tongue. Though he likely employed assistants to help refine his translations, his hand remained the guiding force behind the final work. He wrote in the tradition of the great Greek historians, modeling his approach on Thucydides, who believed that true history came from the testimony of eyewitnesses. Like Herodotus, Thucydides, and later Roman writers such as Sallust, Josephus drew from direct experience and contemporary accounts, though he could not entirely escape personal bias. For his monumental Antiquities of the Jews, Josephus took inspiration from Dionysius of Halicarnassus, whose Roman Antiquities had appeared in 20 volumes, the exact number Josephus adopted for his own history. Yet his task was far more delicate. He was not only a historian, but an apologist, writing about a people despised and misunderstood by the empire that ruled them. To present Jewish history to a Roman audience required balance, diplomacy, and courage. What books Josephus actually read, or what sources he used, remains uncertain. He dedicated his later works to a man named Epaphroditus, possibly a wealthy Greek scholar, or perhaps the same man who had served as Nero's secretary and amassed a vast library of 30,000 scrolls. If the latter was indeed his patron, it would explain Josephus' access to a range of materials unavailable to most writers of his time. Still, it is doubtful that many written sources existed for the early periods he describes, especially the years immediately following the death of Herod the Great. For much of his early history, Josephus relied almost entirely on the Bible, particularly the Greek translation known as the Septuagint. His use of the Greek text, rather than the original Hebrew, has raised questions about the depth of his biblical knowledge, since minor translation errors occasionally appear in his work. Alongside scripture, he drew on ancient Jewish traditions and oral legends, especially in his accounts of Moses and the patriarchs. He may also have borrowed from earlier Hellenistic writers, such as Demetrius and Artapanus, who had reinterpreted biblical history for Greek audiences. When discussing the law, Josephus followed the principles of Palestinian religious practice and likely made use of priestly records preserved within the temple archives. For later periods, where biblical sources were lacking, he turned to contemporary historians. His portrait of Herod the Great, for instance, depended heavily on the writings of Herod's personal biographer, Nicholas of Damascus. Yet Josephus's treatment of Herod changes dramatically between his two major works. In the Antiquities, Herod appears almost heroic, an image clearly drawn from Nicholas's flattering account. In the Jewish War, however, Josephus adopts a harsher tone that reflects popular resentment in Jerusalem. For the Roman era, he may have consulted imperial records and military journals, especially those of Vespasian and Titus. These sources were likely available to him while living in Rome. and scholars have long debated how much his descriptions of the siege of Jerusalem owe to official Roman reports. Josephus himself, however, claimed that he drew from personal notes and eyewitness testimonies from defectors who had witnessed the events inside the city. It is also possible that he was familiar with the works of historians like Strabo and Polybius, though the evidence for this is uncertain. His use of sources has long been a point of contention. Josephus did not hesitate to adapt or omit material to suit his message. While generally faithful to the biblical record, he often modified details to present Judaism in a favorable light. One striking example appears in his retelling of Daniel's interpretation of Nebuchadnezzar's dream. In Josephus's version, the prophecy of the fourth kingdom, commonly understood to represent Rome, was softened. He omitted the vision of the iron mixed with clay and the divine kingdom that would rise to destroy all others. As a Roman citizen writing under imperial patronage, Josephus had little choice but to avoid passages that foretold Rome's downfall. He also showed a talent for using narrative as a tool of persuasion. When recounting Alexander the Great's supposed visit to Jerusalem, for instance, he reshaped the story into a tale that glorified the Jewish people and portrayed their faith as divinely honored. Such embellishments reveal Josephus's skill as a storyteller, but also his willingness to adjust fact for the sake of reputation and faith. In recounting the years before the revolt, Josephus depended largely on memory and personal experience. Comparing the Jewish war with the antiquities reveals that his writing becomes uneven whenever he lacked clear records, yet gains power when he describes events he witnessed himself. Scholars generally agree that the Jewish war was written under the patronage of the Flavian emperors, and its very title reflects a Roman viewpoint. Yet to read it only as imperial propaganda would be misleading. One of the most remarkable passages in the Jewish war comes near its conclusion. There, Josephus places a long speech in the mouth of Eleazar ben Yair, the commander of the Jewish rebels at Masada, as his followers prepare to die rather than surrender. The words Josephus gives Eleazar rise far beyond the political. They serve as both lament and justification. Through them, Josephus seems to reconcile his loyalty to Rome with his lingering sympathy for his own people. While condemning the zealots as reckless and doomed, he also grants them dignity in their final act, turning their mass suicide into a moment of tragic heroism. In this ending, Josephus does something extraordinary. He lets the Jewish rebels accept responsibility for their own downfall, suggesting that their destruction was not merely the work of Rome, but a punishment ordained by God for the sins of the nation. It is a conclusion that reflects both his inner conflict and his genius as a historian. A man caught between two worlds, trying to make sense of both. Whether Josephus's Jewish war was officially commissioned or not, there is little doubt that he had his own strong reasons for writing it. In the years following the conflict, several other versions of the war had already appeared, each, in Josephus's view, deeply flawed. Some were written by people who had never witnessed the events, while others came from Roman veterans eager to glorify their own achievements. These soldiers, he complained, exaggerated the triumphs of the victors, while diminishing the courage and suffering of the Jews. To Josephus, this distortion of truth was intolerable. He scornfully remarked that it was absurd for Rome to boast of conquering such a small nation, declaring that the victors of so weak a people could hardly be called great. Determined to set the record straight, Josephus resolved to write his own account, one that only an eyewitness and indeed a participant from both sides, could provide. He believed that true historians were those who recorded events from first-hand experience, using new material and shaping history with their own insight rather than repeating the words of others. It was, he argued, a duty to preserve the truth of one's own time for future generations. Since none of the other war accounts have survived, Josephus's Jewish War remains the only complete narrative of the revolt against Rome. Yet, with no alternative versions to compare it with, scholars can only test its accuracy by examining inconsistencies within his own writings, especially when comparing the Jewish War with his later life. When he describes the early days of the rebellion, particularly the campaigns in Galilee where he played a central role, his story becomes strangely uneven. At times, his recollections seem deliberately vague, leaving readers to wonder whether he was concealing as much as he was revealing. These contradictions have puzzled historians for centuries. Various theories have been proposed to explain them, but no single answer fully resolves the issue. What becomes clear, however, is that Josephus is most trustworthy when he writes from observation rather than opinion, when he refrains from using his narrative to justify his own political or religious choices. To truly understand Josephus's view of the war, one must keep in mind how carefully he shaped his material. He was selective, omitting details he found inconvenient or damaging, and emphasizing those that supported his version of events. His closeness to the turmoil of the age inevitably colored his perspective. Still, Josephus's explanation for why the Jewish revolt erupted can be divided into two main parts: the deep, long-term pressures that pushed the nation toward rebellion, and the immediate sparks that finally set it ablaze. Both, in his mind, revealed not just a political disaster, but a moral and spiritual breakdown within the heart of Judea itself. Aside from the Peloponnesian War, described by Thucydides in ancient Greece, no other conflict of antiquity has been preserved in such extensive detail as the Jewish War. And for that, history owes much to Josephus. Yet, even his writings leave significant gaps. The social, cultural, and political differences between Judea and other Roman provinces make it difficult to draw clear parallels with other revolts within the empire. Most historians agree that the Jewish uprising did not stem from a single cause, but from a complex combination of factors that together pushed the province toward open rebellion. Among the most widely accepted are social and economic strain, tensions between Jews and Gentiles, religious clashes with Roman authority, the growing influence of radical factions, the corruption of Roman governors, and alienation from the aristocracy. Josephus refers to all of these issues in his works, and while each holds truth, none alone fully explains why war erupted. He divides the path to conflict into two phases: the long-term pressures that built up over decades and the immediate sparks that ignited the final confrontation. His accounts suggest that during the 50s and 60s AD, both Roman and Jewish leadership had deteriorated badly. The mismanagement of the province under the procurator Cumanus, whose failure to control violence between Galileans and Samaritans caused widespread unrest, was especially damaging. Across the countryside, disorder spread, and bands of armed men roamed freely, turning much of the land into lawless territory. Among the deeper causes, Josephus emphasizes two above all: the incompetence of Roman officials and the rise of extremist Jewish movements, particularly the group he calls the Fourth Philosophy. The Roman governors who ruled Judea were, in his view, often unfit for their posts. Even Tacitus, the Roman historian known for his sharp criticism of provincial rulers, wasn't wrong to portray them in an unflattering light. What makes the situation in Judea remarkable is the stark contrast between Rome's general tolerance toward Jews living across the empire and its harsh treatment of those in their own homeland. Rome's administrators were frequently under-equipped and understaffed, left without sufficient troops to maintain order in a volatile region, a serious oversight given the deep religious and national passions at play. Still, Josephus does not place all blame on the Romans. He also points out that many provocations came from the Jewish side, where political zeal and religious fervor made governance nearly impossible. Jewish nationalism was powerful, and their conviction that divine law outweighed imperial law set them on an inevitable collision course with Roman rule. The rebellion led by Judas of Galilee in AD 6, though crushed at the time, had already planted the seeds of future resistance. Its ideas, that defiance of Rome was both a duty and a form of faith, continued to inspire later movements. In this sense, Josephus was right. The ideology born from that first revolt helped shape the pattern of armed resistance and underground violence that followed. One modern scholar has noted that Josephus, across all his writings, hints at far more causes than he directly names. Yet modern historians often focus only on the main political and religious issues, overlooking his broader attempt to diagnose the deeper tensions within the province. Many of the problems he highlights, explicitly or indirectly, circle back to the conduct of the Roman procurators. Josephus believed that an effective governor should understand Jewish customs, maintain respect for the temple, and delegate authority to respected local leaders rather than confront them. This, he thought, was the key to stability. Unfortunately, few of the men who ruled Judea ever met these standards. Josephus offers little detail about the early procurators between AD 6 and 26, listing only their names in passing. That silence is unfortunate, since it was during this early period that rebellion first stirred under Judas of Galilee and the Pharisee Zadok. Their revolt was crushed by the Roman governor Varus, who executed thousands, but the memory of their defiance endured. The first governor Josephus discusses in any detail is Pontius Pilate, who, he claims, committed several acts that violated Jewish religious law. Pilate served as prefect of Judea from AD 26 to 37, overseeing the military and administrative affairs of the province. An inscription found centuries later in Caesarea confirmed his title and his service under Emperor Tiberius. The first major incident that set the people against him concerned the Roman military standards. Earlier governors had avoided bringing into Jerusalem any standards displaying the emperor's portrait, respecting Jewish prohibitions against graven images. Pilate, however, disregarded this tradition. On one of the holiest days of the Jewish calendar, he marched his soldiers into the city carrying standards bearing the likeness of Tiberius. Outrage erupted instantly. Jewish leaders gathered in protest, pleading with Pilate to remove the images. When he summoned them to a public meeting and surrounded them with soldiers, threatening death if they refused to yield, they astonished him by baring their necks and declaring their readiness to die rather than violate their faith. Shocked by their courage, Pilate backed down and withdrew the standards to Caesarea. Although this victory brought the Jews momentary relief, it left Pilate's reputation permanently damaged in their eyes. From that point forward, every action he took was met with suspicion. Josephus, however, at least acknowledges that on this occasion Pilate acted wisely in withdrawing his troops in the face of public pressure, a rare moment of restraint in an otherwise troubled governorship. Not long after the episode of the legionary standards, Pilate committed yet another act that provoked outrage among the Jews. He is said to have taken funds from the temple treasury to pay for the construction of an aqueduct meant to bring water into Jerusalem. The decision was seen as sacrilegious. The temple money was sacred property, and the ensuing protests quickly turned violent. When crowds gathered to denounce his actions, Pilate ordered his soldiers, disguised among the people, to attack them. Many were beaten. Others trampled to death as panic spread through the city. A smaller disturbance followed when one of Pilate's soldiers committed an indecent act in Jerusalem, once again triggering unrest. Another episode involving Pilate is not mentioned by Josephus, but is recorded by the Jewish philosopher Philo of Alexandria in his embassy to Gaius. Philo describes how Pilate placed gilded shields dedicated to Emperor Tiberius on the walls of Herod's former palace in Jerusalem, his official residence. Curiously, these shields bore no images, only inscriptions, so they did not technically violate Jewish law against idols. Even Philo seems uncertain why the act caused such deep offense. The Jews, however, saw it as a provocation and demanded to see proof that the emperor himself had authorized it. When Pilate failed to provide this, they appealed directly to Tiberius, who rebuked Pilate and ordered the shields removed to a temple dedicated to the imperial cult in Caesarea. Josephus's silence on this matter is intriguing. It cannot easily be dismissed as carelessness, for he is otherwise thorough when recounting Pilate's offenses against Jewish religious practice. Yet Philo does not mention the earlier episode of the standards, suggesting that each writer was selective, emphasizing what best suited his own aims. Some historians believe the key to understanding Pilate's conduct lies not in Jerusalem, but in Rome. Philo portrays the powerful Roman official Aelius Sejanus, commander of the Praetorian Guard and advisor to Emperor Tiberius, as deeply hostile toward the Jews and even plotting their extermination. Early Christian writers later linked Sejanus's anti-Jewish policy to divine punishment for the crucifixion of Christ. It is possible that Pilate, whether acting on Sejanus's instructions or seeking to impress him, deliberately provoked the Jews to demonstrate his loyalty to Roman authority. Sejanus's influence was immense at the time, and Pilate may have believed that such gestures would advance his career. Evidence for this theory is strengthened by Pilate's coinage. He issued a series of bronze coins in the late 20s and early 30s AD that featured pagan symbols such as the Simpulum and Lituus, sacred objects in Roman religion. For Jews, who were required to handle these coins in daily transactions, the imagery was deeply offensive. The dates of the coins correspond with the height of Sejanus's power, and when Sejanus was later executed for treason, Pilate likely feared that his earlier provocations might now be viewed unfavorably by Tiberius. His subsequent dedication of the gilded shields and the construction of a grand building known as the Tiberium in Caesarea may well have been attempts to demonstrate loyalty to the emperor and distance himself from Sejanus's memory. Even if this interpretation explains Pilate's motives, it raises another question. Why did Josephus choose not to mention it? The most plausible reason is that he lacked access to information about internal Roman politics. His focus remained provincial, and in his portrayal, Pilate's story was framed as a series of confrontations between the governor and the Jewish populace, rather than between Rome's officials. In Josephus's accounts, the common people always appear as the force opposing Pilate, while the actions of the high priests and notables are largely invisible. Yet the episode of the shields shows that the Jewish elite could act decisively, appealing directly to the emperor and winning their case. It is possible Josephus omitted this story because it did not fit his broader narrative of an escalating collapse in Roman-Jewish relations, or because it did not clearly violate Jewish law, making it an inconvenient example for his argument. Another striking omission from Josephus' narrative is the crucifixion of Jesus. The only known Roman source to mention Pilate in this context is the historian Tacitus, who notes that Christ was executed under Pilate's authority during the reign of Tiberius. Tacitus adds that otherwise, all was quiet in Judea, a statement that reveals how insignificant the province seemed to Roman eyes, even amid unrest that to the Jews was momentous. Discrepancies also arise when comparing Josephus and Philo regarding events under the next emperor, Caligula. When Caligula ordered a statue of himself to be erected in the temple at Jerusalem, the Roman legate Petronius was tasked with carrying it out. Philo portrays Petronius as uncertain and hesitant, torn between obedience to imperial command and respect for Jewish religious feeling. Josephus, however, presents him as sympathetic from the start, inclined to side with the Jewish petitioners. The two accounts also differ on dates and details, with Josephus's version written in a far more elaborate style, suggesting it was shaped to serve his moral and literary agenda. Philo's testimony carries weight, for he lived through these events and had close ties to those involved. While in Rome, he led an embassy on behalf of the Alexandrian Jews and met with King Agrippa I, who interceded with Caligula to prevent the sacrilege. Philo also records that Petronius had studied Judaism before taking office, preparing himself to handle religious disputes wisely. Josephus, on the other hand, describes Petronius as needing the Jewish laws explained to him, a detail that seems inconsistent with Philo's account. Modern scholars suggest that Josephus had not read Philo's work, and instead crafted Petronius into a model of the good Roman governor, a man of reason and compassion used as a foil against less capable officials. In this way, Josephus illustrated his recurring belief that understanding and compromise between Rome and Judea could have preserved peace. By contrast, he expresses genuine approval of two later procurators, Cuspius Fadus and Tiberius Julius Alexander, praising them for respecting Jewish traditions and keeping the peace. In Antiquities, he gives a slightly more critical view, particularly of Fadus's attempt to control the sacred vestments of the high priest, though he still absolves him when Fadus backed down in response to objections. Both governors, Josephus notes, were effective in suppressing banditry, a major concern of the time. He especially commends Tiberius Julius Alexander for executing the sons of Judas of Galilee, whose followers continued to stir rebellion. Yet this seemingly tranquil period was deceptive. Other sources, including the Acts of the Apostles and Tacitus, refer to a severe famine around AD 51, one that Josephus barely mentions. He records a famine elsewhere in his writings, perhaps the same event, but omits its political consequences and the uprisings it sparked. To him, what mattered most was that the province remained under control, and that the governors punished the right kind of rebels while sparing those loyal to Rome. Tiberius Julius Alexander, a nephew of Philo who had renounced Judaism, proved particularly skilled at maintaining order through non-interference in religious affairs. His ability to balance Roman interests with local customs won him praise from Josephus and advancement in his own career. He later became prefect of Egypt, one of the most prestigious posts in the empire. His success stood in stark contrast to most of Judea's governors, few of whom rose beyond their provincial command. Josephus admired Alexander not for his heritage, but for his restraint, a quality he considered essential for any ruler who wished to govern the turbulent province of Judea without ruin. The growing friction between Judea and its Roman governors became especially clear during the early years of direct imperial rule, when Roman officials struggled to grasp the complexities of Jewish society. Between AD 4 and 6, the gap in understanding between the two cultures was already wide, and as one historian later observed, the unique religious and social identity of the Jews was almost impossible to reconcile with the rigid expectations of Roman administration. From AD 48 to 66, 5 procurators governed the province, 3 of whom drew Josephus' sharpest criticism. The arrival of Ventidius Cumanus in AD 48 marked a decisive decline in Roman authority. Like Pilate before him, Cumanus repeatedly offended Jewish religious sensitivities, though Josephus's tone toward him is oddly less severe, despite the fact that his rule proved even more disastrous. The first major disturbance under Cumanus erupted during Passover. A Syrian soldier, stationed atop the Antonia fortress, insulted the worshippers gathered below with an obscene gesture. Some claimed that Cumanus himself had encouraged the act, while others demanded he punish the offender. Instead, when outraged worshippers began throwing stones, the procurator ordered reinforcements into the temple area. Panic swept through the crowds, and a deadly stampede followed. Josephus gives differing figures for the death toll, 30,000 in the Jewish War and 20,000 in Antiquities, but either number conveys the horror of the event. Soon afterward, another incident deepened tensions. When an imperial slave was attacked and killed on the road between Joppa and Jerusalem, Roman troops retaliated by raiding nearby villages, which they suspected of harboring rebels. During the raids, one soldier seized a sacred scroll of the law, tore it apart, and burned it before the horrified onlookers. Outrage spread rapidly, and it was only when Cumanus executed the guilty soldier that calm was restored. The final crisis of his administration came in AD 51, when violence broke out between Samaritans and Galilean Jews. A group of pilgrims from Galilee was ambushed and murdered while traveling through a Samaritan village on their way to Jerusalem. The Galileans appealed to Cumanus for justice, but he dismissed their pleas. When the news reached Jerusalem, anger exploded. The Sanhedrin and other elders tried to mediate and urged restraint, but their efforts came too late. The Galileans rose in arms, joined by militant leaders who rallied hundreds of men to their cause. They attacked Samaritan villages, setting them ablaze and spreading destruction through the countryside. Tacitus later commented on the chaos, blaming the disaster on Cumanus's negligence and corruption. Although Josephus omits any mention of bribery, perhaps considering it slander, he agrees that Cumanus's failure to act decisively allowed the situation to spiral out of control. Eventually, Cumanus dispatched 6 military cohorts, supported by Samaritan auxiliaries, to crush the rebellion. Many Jews and Galileans were killed or captured. The Samaritans then appealed to the Syrian legate, Quadratus, who executed several of them, but judged that the Jewish and Galilean actions amounted to rebellion against Rome. He ordered the execution of all Jewish prisoners and exposed further plots, killing the ringleaders before sending Cumanus to Rome to face trial before Emperor Claudius. Among those sent to Rome in chains were the high priests Ananias and Jonathan, along with the captain of the temple guard. During Cumanus's absence, governance fell to Antonius Felix, who had previously served as military commander in Samaria. Thanks to the influence of King Agrippa II, the Jewish envoys were acquitted, and Jonathan successfully petitioned the emperor to confirm Felix as procurator, a remarkable appointment for a freedman. His brother Pallas, a powerful advisor to Claudius, undoubtedly played a role in securing the promotion. Tacitus paints Felix as a man of greed and brutality, a tyrant with the mind of a slave, while the Acts of the Apostles offers a somewhat more favorable portrait, likely shaped by political motives. Josephus's view lies somewhere between the two extremes. He portrays Felix not as vicious, but as weak and ineffective. The only moral failing he records is Felix's marriage to Drusilla, the daughter of Agrippa I, whom he persuaded to leave her husband. The union linked Felix to the Jewish royal house and, indirectly, to the imperial family. By this point, however, Judea's troubles had grown far more complex than a simple struggle between Jews and Romans. The province was now divided by factionalism within Jewish society itself. Rival nationalist groups, loosely associated with what Josephus calls the Fourth Philosophy, pursued differing political and religious goals. Combined with Rome's inability to impose consistent control, these divisions drew the region ever closer to collapse. Banditry increased, and Josephus notes grimly that the country was going from bad to worse. Felix responded with mass arrests, executing many rebels and crucifying others. He sent Eleazar, a prominent insurgent leader, along with several of his followers, to Rome for trial. These measures failed to restore peace. Instead, they drove the radicals underground, where they began using assassination as a political weapon. Disguised among the crowds at festivals, they struck down their enemies with concealed daggers, earning the name Sicarii, or dagger men. Their first known victim was the high priest Jonathan. Josephus gives two versions of the killing. In Antiquities, he claims Felix himself orchestrated the murder, bribing one of Jonathan's associates to arrange it. In the Jewish War, he offers a simpler explanation, that the Sicarii acted on their own initiative, targeting a man they saw as a collaborator with Rome. The latter seems more plausible, as Jonathan's pro-Roman stance would have made him a natural target for their vengeance. Whatever the truth, the rise of the Sicarii marked a turning point. Their campaign of terror plunged Judea into deeper chaos, and their shadow would loom large over the final years, leading to open rebellion against Rome. As banditry spread and political assassinations became increasingly common, a new and dangerous element appeared in Judea, a surge of militant prophets claiming divine authority. Many of them gathered large followings, blending religious enthusiasm with open hostility to Roman rule. Felix, in an effort to reassert control, attacked one of these prophetic movements with excessive force, massacring the leader and his unarmed followers, a group that, according to some accounts, included the Apostle Paul among its witnesses. His brutal methods only deepened resentment and pushed political fanatics and religious zealots to unite in a campaign of terror. Estates belonging to the wealthy were plundered, entire villages were burned, and anyone who resisted was punished publicly to discourage defiance. Josephus, however, does not directly condemn Felix for these actions. In fact, he commends the procurator for suppressing the movement led by the so-called Egyptian prophet. Yet Felix's inability to handle delicate affairs diplomatically is revealed in another incident, the riots at Caesarea, which would later become one of the sparks that ignited the Great Revolt. The long-standing hostility between the Jewish and Greek communities in the city boiled over, and Felix worsened matters by unleashing his soldiers, mostly local Gentiles, against the Jews. The result was a massacre and widespread looting. Once again, Jewish leaders attempted to calm the situation and, as usual, both factions sent delegations to Rome seeking imperial arbitration. Josephus hints that these envoys represented more than a local complaint. They likely voiced growing discontent across the entire province. Yet Felix escaped any reprimand and was replaced around AD 58 or 59 by Porcius Festus, a man whose short administration lasted only 2 years. Josephus barely mentions Festus in his writings, noting only that he took action against some bands of robbers. During his time in office, Festus supported King Agrippa in a dispute with the temple priests. The priests had constructed a high wall that blocked the king's view from his palace into the temple's inner courts. A Jewish delegation, led by the high priest Ishmael, was sent to Rome to plead their case, but Ishmael's anti-Roman attitude led to his removal. Festus died soon afterward, leaving little lasting impression. Before his successor could arrive, the acting high priest, Ananus the Sadducee, took advantage of the power vacuum to suppress the followers of the new Christian sect and ordered the execution of James, the brother of Jesus, an act later ruled illegal, which led to Ananus's dismissal. The year AD 62 marked the beginning of the end for Roman authority in Judea. The next 2 procurators, Albinus and Gessius Florus, presided over the final descent into chaos. Josephus's descriptions of them grow more vivid and hostile, as though he wished to show how their greed and cruelty set the province ablaze. Yet in doing so, he also omits important details that might have explained the deeper roots of the revolt. Albinus, who ruled from AD 62 to 64, is portrayed in 2 very different lights in Josephus's own writings. In the Jewish War, written earlier, Albinus is painted as utterly corrupt, a man who exploited his position to confiscate private property, extort wealth through false taxes, and accept bribes to release imprisoned rebels. In Antiquities of the Jews, composed later, Josephus softens the picture. There, Albinus appears as a governor genuinely trying to restore peace by eliminating the Sicarii, though overwhelmed by the growing unrest. Scholars generally consider the later account more reliable. There was no official complaint lodged with the Syrian legate, something that surely would have occurred if Albinus had governed with the lawlessness suggested in the Jewish War. Moreover, Rome later promoted him to a higher post, a reward unlikely to be given to a disgraced official. It is also possible that both portraits contain truth. Albinus may have succeeded in suppressing many Sicarii, but his alliance with the high priest Ananus gave those same terrorists leverage. They began kidnapping Ananus's associates to force Albinus to free their imprisoned comrades. Pressured from all sides, he appeared to be cooperating with rebels, giving rise to rumors of bribery and collusion. Josephus's differing portrayals likely reflect his own evolving intentions. The earlier narrative, aimed at explaining the causes of the revolt to a Roman audience, placed the blame squarely on Albinus's misrule, a convenient way to exonerate both Rome and the Jewish elite. In his later retelling, Josephus was more reflective and less constrained by political sensitivity, producing a more balanced assessment. In that version, he also adds details about violent factional struggles in Jerusalem between rival priestly groups, which had further destabilized the city. The once clear line between rebels and loyalists was gone. Even among the upper classes, loyalties were divided, and the province was sliding toward civil war. The final stage came with Decius Florus, whose administration was so brutal that even Roman historians compared him unfavorably to all who came before. Tacitus agreed with Josephus in describing Florus as the man whose cruelty finally provoked open rebellion. Josephus accuses him of every form of extortion, corruption, and abuse of power, saying there was no injustice too vile for him to commit. Under Florus, law and order collapsed completely. He allowed terrorists to act with impunity while himself plundering the province. Some modern historians have suggested that Florus may simply have lacked sufficient military strength to restore order, but his oppressive taxation and greed undeniably deepened public outrage. Josephus does not provide a detailed record of his crimes, but focuses instead on the moment when Florus's actions directly led to war. "It was Florus," he declares, "who drove us into revolt." Tacitus echoes the same conclusion, observing that the Jews had endured every hardship until the administration of Decius Florus. Then the war began. By AD 66, the crisis had reached breaking point. The Syrian legate, Cestius Gallus, recognizing the peril, personally visited Judea to assess the situation. Florus was not recalled to Rome, likely because no formal charges were brought against him, but Gallus sent a full report to Emperor Nero, warning that the province was on the verge of explosion. According to Josephus, Florus, fearing punishment, deliberately provoked the Jews into open rebellion to save himself by shifting blame. Yet the unrest was not solely the result of his cruelty. Beneath the surface, divisions within the Jewish aristocracy and priestly elite were already tearing the nation apart. Many historians have emphasized that, from the very beginning, the Jewish revolt against Rome was not merely a popular uprising, but one initially driven by the upper classes. According to this interpretation, members of the ruling elite, anxious to preserve their influence once Roman support had weakened, sought to establish their own authority within an independent Jewish state. The first open act of defiance came when the Jerusalem leaders refused to hand over the young men who had insulted the procurator Florus, men who were themselves the sons of prominent families. In Josephus's account, it is often the youth of the nation who appear at the forefront of rebellion, reflecting the ancient saying, "The fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge." From the start, the Jewish people were far from united. Deep internal divisions fragmented Judea during the early phases of the conflict. Civil war soon erupted, first between those advocating peace and those demanding resistance, and later between rival factions within the insurgent movement itself. Only in the final desperate stage of the war did the Jews briefly form a semblance of unity against Rome. The religious establishment, particularly the high priests who had assumed leadership after the fall of Herodian rule, generally opposed the rebellion. Josephus describes these men as the leaders of the peace party. Although he acknowledges the destructive effects of internal strife, he is vague about the deeper nature of these divisions. He variously labels the opposing groups as bandits, extremists, zealots, and fanatics, terms that blur distinctions between political, social, and religious motivations. Many modern scholars view this fragmentation as a form of class struggle, though some argue it went further. A power contest within the aristocracy itself, where elite families fought not only against Rome, but also among themselves for control of the nation's future. Yet Josephus's narratives leave many uncertainties. It is difficult to know whether his omissions were intentional or the result of his personal involvement and bias. In the Jewish War, He insists that the real cause of the disaster lay within the nation itself, for the blame belonged to no foreign power. Repeatedly, he condemns the so-called war party, accusing its members of forcing reluctant citizens into rebellion and of being the first to halt the daily sacrifices offered in honor of the emperor, a symbolic act that marked the final break with Rome. But who exactly were these rebels? Some scholars trace their roots to what Josephus called the Fourth Philosophy, a movement born during the census revolt of AD 6 under Judas of Galilee and the Pharisee Sadok. This group, more radical than the mainstream Pharisees, preached absolute devotion to God alone and rejected submission to any human ruler. They believed freedom was sacred and death preferable to slavery. In Josephus' eyes, this ideology was the seed from which all later factions of violence and fanaticism grew. He also saw the movement's teachings as a religious heresy, a distortion of Mosaic law that provoked divine punishment. By equating the Roman Empire with the evil kingdom described in the prophecies of Daniel, they transformed resistance into a cosmic battle against oppression. To Josephus, such interpretations violated the unity and obedience to divine law that, in his view, had once preserved the Jewish nation. Despite recognizing its religious origins, he considered this philosophy the starting point for the banditry and chaos that consumed the land. Josephus is our only source for both the Fourth Philosophy and the extremist sect known as the Sicarii. According to him, these dagger-wielding assassins were the ideological descendants of Judas of Galilee, their leadership passing through his family line to Menahem and later to Eleazar ben Yair, the commander who led the final stand against Rome at Masada. The defiant suicide of his followers on that fortress reflected perfectly their creed of death before dishonor. In his later writings, Josephus refers to these fighters as zealots, suggesting that the movements had merged or at least shared common ideals. However, Josephus rarely distinguishes clearly between these groups. His habit of using Sicarii, zealots, and brigands interchangeably makes it difficult to determine whether they were separate factions or simply labels applied to all rebels. When he is not condemning them as criminals, he describes them collectively as transgressors against divine and human order. From Josephus's perspective, the Zealots eventually emerged as the dominant revolutionary force. He sometimes depicts them as men of humble birth rising against the elite, yet elsewhere he admits their leadership included members of priestly and noble families, notably Eleazar, son of Jaon, and Zacharias, son of Amphicaleus, both men of high standing and religious lineage. This account aligns with archaeological evidence of coinage issued during the revolt, which could only have been produced by those with access to the temple treasury. In the Jewish War, the Zealots appear on the scene at the very outbreak of conflict, when the high priests attempted to rally the people against them. Their origins remain uncertain, and scholars have offered competing theories. Some believe they arose from within the aristocracy itself, frustrated by Rome's interference in religious affairs. Others argue they were commoners and refugees, displaced peasants and villagers driven to Jerusalem by war, who then banded together into militant groups seeking survival and vengeance. These desperate fighters, it is suggested, attacked the priestly elite and attempted to establish a new government in the city, independent of both the aristocracy and Rome. Yet this peasant revolt interpretation cannot explain why prominent figures like Eleazar ben Ananias or Simon ben Gamaliel, both from influential priestly families, stood among their leaders. Nor does it fit the organized, disciplined structure the Zealots later displayed. It seems more likely that while many refugees swelled their ranks, the movement was led by men of standing who used revolutionary fervor to seize control of Jerusalem. Another explanation holds that the term zealot was not the name of a sect at all, but a title inspired by the biblical model of Phinehas in the Book of Numbers, the archetype of the man who shows zeal for God. If so, the name represented not an organization, but an ideal, a declaration of uncompromising devotion born from the spirit of the fourth philosophy and fueled by the growing despair of a nation on the edge of ruin. Josephus records that Menahem, the grandson of Judas of Galilee, arrived in Jerusalem with a force of armed followers described as zealots. This remark has often been used to link the zealots, the Sicarii, and the earlier fourth philosophy into a single revolutionary lineage. When Menahem was killed, his men fled back to their base at Masada, while the more moderate rebels under Eleazar ben Ananias remained in the city. Eleazar, unlike Menahem, was not an extremist, but a cautious leader seeking controlled resistance. From this, many have assumed that the Sicarii served as the militant branch of the Zealots, not a separate group, but the armed and more radical faction within the same movement. Yet this idea is far from certain. Another perspective comes from the Acts of the Apostles, which refers to an Egyptian prophet who led 4,000 Sicarii during the time of Felix. It seems unlikely that such a vast armed force could have followed a single preacher. Rather, these were likely unarmed devotees inspired by his message. Their massacre by Roman troops suggests that they were more a religious crowd than a military uprising. It may also indicate that the label Sicarii described a kind of zeal or political stance rather than a clearly organized paramilitary group. The use of assassination as a political tool was undoubtedly part of their identity. While the Sicarii are often portrayed as the extremist fringe of the zealot cause, the practice of targeted killings was not confined to them. It reflected a broader radicalism that had taken root within the revolutionary movement itself. By the time of the revolt, several distinct factions had emerged, each claiming to represent the true cause of the Jewish nation. On one side stood the pro-Roman elite, men such as King Agrippa and the high priestly families, who sought compromise and preservation of their privileges. A second group, the moderate revolutionaries, included figures like Eleazar ben Ananias, Ananus, and Josephus himself, who believed peace with Rome might still be achieved. Then came the nationalists, including the Idumeans and Simon ben Giora, who followed a more populist path inspired by older prophetic traditions. Others aligned themselves with the radical teachings of the fourth philosophy, men like Eleazar ben Yair, whose uncompromising faith and defiance gave the rebellion its most militant spirit. Even within the Zealots, divisions deepened. The movement fractured into two rival camps, one centered around Eleazar ben Simon in Jerusalem, and another led by Eleazar ben Yair at Masada. Simon ben Giora, commanding the captured spoils from Beth-horon, held enormous power and soon dominated Jerusalem's politics. When Eleazar ben Ananias lost influence and funds became scarce, the city's factions turned to Simon for leadership. This tangled web of rivalries reveals how complex the struggle had become, not just a revolt against Rome, but a civil war among Jews themselves for control of the revolution. Yet many assumptions drawn from Josephus's writings are open to question. When he speaks of Judas of Galilee and his followers inspiring the zeal of the younger men, He may not have been tracing a direct lineage from the fourth philosophy to the later Zealots and Sicarii at all. Rather, he could have been describing how the ideal of serving only God, a spiritual principle, was later distorted into a political doctrine of violent resistance. There is no solid evidence that Judas's descendants inherited either a specific ideology or a messianic mission. His teaching of no master but God originally reflected a form of passive defiance, a refusal to submit, not an encouragement of rebellion. If so, then the assumption that the Sicarii were simply the armed wing of the Zealots becomes problematic. The Sicarii were hired killers, assassins who targeted Jews sympathetic to Rome, often working for wealthy factions who used them to eliminate rivals. The Zealots, on the other hand, came from the lower ranks of the priesthood and held broader popular support. They may have cooperated with Menahem's men briefly, but when Menahem attempted to seize control of the movement, he was executed and his followers fled. This makes it clear that their alliance was temporary at best, and that their beliefs and aims were not identical. Josephus's inconsistent terminology only adds to the confusion. The Sicarii are absent from his narrative before AD 44, and they play no major role in the key battles of the revolt. Their presence seems sporadic, and their influence limited. Menahem's failed coup shows that they were never the true heirs of Judas of Galilee's ideas, nor the primary instigators of the war. If we read Josephus carefully, the Sicarii appear less as ideological revolutionaries and more as opportunistic mercenaries, men who aligned themselves with whatever faction offered profit or survival. It is also telling that the revolt did not begin in Galilee, where the fourth philosophy had first emerged, nor among the rural poor. It began instead in the cities, in Jerusalem and Caesarea, places defined by social tension between Jews and Gentiles. At the outbreak of fighting, these communities united briefly against the external enemy, but the moment internal divisions resurfaced, the fragile unity shattered. In reality, at least 5 factions competed for dominance, each with its own vision of an independent Jewish state. Each blamed the others for the catastrophe that followed, twisting the narrative to justify its own claim to legitimacy. Beneath all the chaos, the spirit of nationalism remained the common thread, a nationalism rooted in the legacy of the Maccabees, but lacking their unity and discipline. By the 1st century, the Jewish world had become divided not only between rich and poor, but also between those loyal to Jewish tradition and those shaped by Hellenistic influence. This dual identity, native versus foreign, Orthodox versus assimilated, fractured the nation long before the Romans tightened their grip. When the ruling class collapsed under the strain of war, it unleashed every suppressed faction and fanatic waiting for the chance to seize power. This was not the first time internal conflict had torn Judea apart. Similar civil strife had erupted a century earlier under Alexander Jannaeus. But now the stakes were far higher. Whether the war was caused by the decay of the aristocracy or by the escalating cycle of oppression and revenge between Roman authorities and Jewish nationalists remains a matter of debate. Yet one thing is certain. The final spark came in the coastal city of Caesarea in the spring of AD 66, and from that moment, the flames of revolt spread across the whole of Judea. In the spring of AD 65, before the Roman legate Cestius Gallus could even respond to the mounting complaints against the procurator Gessius Florus, a local conflict in Caesarea ignited into full-scale revolt. The city had long been a flashpoint of tension between its Jewish and Greek communities. For decades, They had disputed civic rights and citizenship, an old feud that had flared up more than once, most notably under the earlier rule of Felix. At the heart of the dispute lay the question of who truly owned Caesarea. The Jews claimed precedence, arguing that Herod the Great, who built the city, was Jewish, and that Caesarea was therefore a Jewish foundation. The Greeks countered that the city was unmistakably Hellenistic. Its temples, amphitheater, and grand harbor bore all the marks of Greek culture. In truth, Herod had built Caesarea as a showcase of Greco-Roman civilization, even dedicating it to Caesar Augustus. Yet beneath these arguments were deeper wounds. The Jews of Caesarea were prosperous merchants and financiers who believed their wealth and contribution to the city entitled them to citizenship and control of local government, while the Greeks, poorer but politically dominant, refused to yield what they saw as their rightful authority. Under Felix, the dispute had already turned violent. Street battles broke out, forcing Roman troops to intervene. When both sides appealed to Emperor Nero, the Greeks secured victory by bribing one of his court officials. Nero ruled that individual Jews could hold citizenship, but the community as a whole could not, a decision that humiliated the Jews and left the bitterness unresolved. Josephus would later describe this injustice as one of the sparks that kindled the Great War to come. A year later, the long, smoldering conflict erupted again. A synagogue in Caesarea stood on land owned by a Greek citizen. When the Jewish community sought to buy an adjoining plot to expand their building, the owner refused and instead began constructing on the property in a way that blocked the synagogue's entrance. A wealthy Jewish patron offered Florus a large payment to intervene, which the procurator accepted, but he then cynically ignored the matter, instructing only that the local cavalry commander observe the situation. The next Sabbath, the crisis exploded. As the Jews gathered to pray, a group of Greek youths mocked them by sacrificing cockerels on the synagogue steps. A deliberate insult and a ritual act that, according to Jewish law, rendered the place impure. Outrage turned to violence. The Jews fled with the sacred scrolls of the law, but the damage was done. When a delegation of Jewish elders went to Florus seeking justice, he had them arrested, accusing them absurdly of removing the scrolls unlawfully. To a pagan Roman, perhaps, removing holy objects from a shrine was a bad omen. But to the Jews, his action was senseless cruelty. The riots in Caesarea soon spread southward. In Jerusalem, fury toward Florus boiled over. When he demanded a contribution of 17 talents, an enormous sum from the temple treasury, supposedly for Caesar's needs, the people erupted in protest. The younger members of the aristocracy mocked him openly, collecting small coins in the streets as a parody of charity, shouting that the procurator must be a beggar in need of alms. Their sarcasm enraged Florus. Instead of dealing with the situation diplomatically, he marched into Jerusalem with his troops. The Sanhedrin refused to hand over the young men who had insulted him. So Florus ordered his soldiers to plunder the upper city. The soldiers rampaged through the streets, looting homes and crucifying prisoners, even Jews of equestrian rank who, under Roman law, were exempt from such a fate. Among those who witnessed the horror was Queen Berenice, sister of King Agrippa II, who was staying in the city at the time. She repeatedly sent envoys to Florus, begging him to stop the bloodshed, but he ignored her pleas, caring only for the riches his men could seize. Eventually, the high priests managed to calm the crowds and persuaded them to greet incoming Roman cohorts from Caesarea peacefully, hoping to restore order. But Florus's soldiers, acting under his silent orders, met the goodwill with contempt. When angry voices began to rise in the crowd, the soldiers charged, cutting down civilians in the narrow streets. As panic spread, the Jews fought back, throwing stones and tiles from rooftops, blocking alleyways, and forcing the troops to retreat into Herod's palace on the western hill. For the moment, the people of Jerusalem had driven the Romans back. Florus, realizing he was outnumbered, withdrew to Caesarea, leaving behind 500 men as a token garrison. But they were too few to control the city, trapped inside the palace, while the streets remained in Jewish hands. Both Florus and the Jewish leadership sent reports of the events to Cestius Gallus in Syria. Gallus dispatched an envoy to investigate. The emissary met with King Agrippa, the high priests, and members of the Sanhedrin before traveling to Jerusalem to inspect the damage. After witnessing the destruction left by Florus's troops, he offered sacrifices in the temple as a gesture of goodwill and returned to Gallus with his findings. The Jews were still loyal to Rome, but deeply hostile to Florus himself. The Jewish leaders, fearing that nothing would be done, begged Agrippa to allow them to appeal directly to Emperor Nero. Agrippa hesitated, knowing that such an act might be seen as rebellion, but he also realized that refusing could provoke open war. King Agrippa II, like his father before him, had long walked a delicate line between Rome and his people. His father, Agrippa I, the grandson of Herod the Great, had been raised in the imperial court in Rome and earned the favor of both Caligula and Claudius. Decades earlier, he had even saved the temple from desecration when Caligula attempted to install his own statue within its walls. But now, in the troubled days of his son's reign, even royal diplomacy could not halt the tide of anger that was sweeping through Judea. After Caligula's assassination in January AD 41, Agrippa returned to Rome and quickly found himself at the center of imperial politics. Acting as a skilled negotiator, he helped smooth tensions between the new Emperor Claudius and the Senate, securing Claudius's position on the throne. In gratitude, Claudius rewarded Agrippa by restoring to him the territories of Judea and Samaria, nearly all the lands once ruled by his grandfather, Herod the Great. This made Agrippa a powerful monarch once again, ruling from Caesarea and holding authority that extended across much of the region. Unlike his grandfather, Agrippa had Hasmonean blood, which made the Jews more willing to accept him as their king. He appeared to be devout, offering sacrifices in the temple and even dedicating the golden chain Caligula had once given him. Yet his devotion was more political than sincere. Behind the public display of piety, Agrippa lived very much as a Hellenistic ruler, immersed in the culture and luxury of the Greco-Roman world. His reign, however, was brief. In AD 44, after only 3 years of rule, Agrippa died unexpectedly. When Claudius considered appointing Agrippa's 16-year-old son as successor, his advisors objected, arguing the boy was too young to govern. Judea once again reverted to direct Roman rule under procurators. Still, the young Agrippa II was not entirely forgotten. In AD 48, after the death of his uncle Herod of Chalcis, he inherited that small kingdom between Beirut and Damascus. Along with it came authority over the temple in Jerusalem, including the right to appoint the high priest. Agrippa II, like his father, had been raised in Rome and educated among the elite. Around AD 53, Claudius expanded his realm by granting him the former territories of Philip the Tetrarch, regions stretching across northern Transjordan and eastern Galilee. Later, Nero added the city of Tiberias and parts of Perea. Agrippa divided his time between Jerusalem and Caesarea, building grand residences and overseeing new projects. He renovated the temple, expanded his palace, and even rebuilt the city of Panias, renaming it Neronias in honor of the emperor. Although Judea itself did not fall under his rule, Agrippa was undoubtedly the most influential Jew in the land. When unrest first began in Jerusalem, Agrippa was returning from Alexandria. Hearing of the growing tension, a delegation of Jewish leaders met him on the road, pleading for him to intervene. Knowing how dangerous open rebellion would be, Agrippa sought to remind his people that their anger was directed not against Rome itself, but against the corruption of the procurator Florus. Together with his sister Berenice, he convened a great assembly in Jerusalem's gymnasium. Standing before the crowds, he delivered a passionate address, urging the people to rebuild the porticos of the Antonia fortress they had destroyed, to pay their taxes, and to show restraint. A war against Rome, he warned, could only end in catastrophe. He told them plainly that defying the empire would bring devastation. Their city would be burned, their temple destroyed, and their people scattered with no refuge in any land. His words reflected the perspective of the educated and aristocratic Jews who feared that rebellion would bring ruin upon them all. Agrippa's speech seemed to have some effect. The people agreed to restore the damaged sections of the temple complex and to collect the tribute owed to Rome, a sum of about 40 talents. But when Agrippa insisted they must still obey Florus until a new governor was appointed, the crowd turned on him. Enraged, they hurled insults and stones, forcing Agrippa and his entourage to flee Jerusalem. Despite this humiliation, Agrippa did not abandon his efforts to ease tensions. He began organizing the collection of overdue taxes from other regions in the hope that fulfilling their obligations might calm Roman anger. But events were moving too fast. Two actions now pushed the situation beyond the point of no return. First came the seizure of Masada, Herod's ancient desert fortress, by rebel forces, marking the first open defiance of Roman authority. The second was even more symbolic: the suspension of the daily sacrifices offered in the temple for the emperor and his family. This act, whether instigated by the scholar Zechariah or by Eleazar, the son of the former high priest Ananias, represented a total rejection of Roman rule. To Josephus, this moment marked the true beginning of the war. Jerusalem's leadership was now divided. The peace party, led by the elder Ananias and other members of the priestly elite, understood that Rome had no intention of destroying Judaism and sought to restore order. Ananias gathered a large assembly in the court of women within the temple, urging the revolutionaries to reinstate the daily sacrifices and avoid disaster. His appeal failed. Realizing persuasion had reached its limits, the moderate leaders began preparing a counteraction. They appealed to Agrippa and Florus for military assistance. Though Florus ignored them, Agrippa responded, sending 2,000 cavalrymen to support the loyalists. With their help, the Herodian faction managed to hold the upper city, while the rebels, led by Ananias's own son, Eleazar, controlled the temple and the lower city. Jerusalem was now a city divided, its ruling class split, and its streets echoing with the first steps of civil war. Despite the efforts of Agrippa's forces, the rebels under Eleazar and his followers maintained control over the lower city and the temple complex, which they had fortified into a powerful citadel. The Romans held the Antonia fortress and Herod's palace, creating a tense standoff that divided Jerusalem in two. For an entire week, both sides clashed in a series of bitter skirmishes, neither gaining a decisive advantage. The balance shifted dramatically during the Feast of Wood Carrying, when large crowds of pilgrims from the countryside poured into the city. Among them came armed bands of zealots and sicarii, men hardened by violence and driven by deep social resentment. These new arrivals gave the revolt a new energy and direction. Many of them saw the uprising not only as a struggle for national freedom, but also as an opportunity to overturn the existing social order. Their goal was not merely to expel the Romans, but to bring about a radical change that would favor the poor and dispossessed. Outnumbered and under siege, the Herodian forces retreated into the royal palace, while nobles and officials loyal to Rome fled in panic, some even crawling through the city's sewers to escape the oncoming mob. The insurgents, now reinforced by the sicarii, set fire to the homes of King Agrippa and his sister Berenice, as well as to the residence of the high priest Ananias. They stormed public buildings and burned the city archives, where records of debt were kept. Destroying these financial documents was a deliberate act, an attempt to erase the burdens that chained the poor to the wealthy, and to win popular support by freeing them from debt. The rebels presented themselves as champions of justice, liberators not just from Roman rule, but from social inequality itself. Meanwhile, Agrippa's soldiers and the remaining Herodian nobles had barricaded themselves inside the royal palace. The rebels then turned their fury toward the Roman cohort stationed within its walls. From the massive towers that overlooked the northwestern corner of the Temple Mount, the Roman garrison fought desperately to hold its ground. On the Sabbath, the attackers overwhelmed the defenders and slaughtered the entire Roman force. The timing of the massacre, on a sacred day, was seen by Josephus as both a moral outrage and an omen of divine punishment. It was also a provocation Rome would never forgive. The surviving defenders fortified themselves inside the palace, and the conflict quickly turned into a siege. Soon afterward, Menahem, the grandson of Judas of Galilee, marched from Masada at the head of a force of sicarii. They had captured the fortress there, seized its armory, and now came to Jerusalem heavily armed and ready for battle. Like his grandfather, Menahem believed he was destined to lead Israel to freedom, and his arrival brought new determination to the rebels. Taking charge of the siege, he ordered his men to undermine the foundations of one of the great towers of Herod's palace. They set fire to the supports, and the tower collapsed. But the defenders had built a second wall behind it, halting the advance. Exhausted and starving, the defenders could not hold much longer, and by early September, they sought terms of surrender. The Jewish defenders were allowed to leave unharmed, but the Romans were shown no mercy. After holding out for 11 days in the remaining towers, they surrendered under a promise of safe passage. As soon as they laid down their weapons, they were massacred. Even the high priest Ananias, found hiding in an aqueduct, was executed by Menahem's men. The moderates in Jerusalem now realized that Rome's vengeance would be inevitable. In the power vacuum that followed, divisions among the rebel factions deepened. The aristocratic leaders, though anti-Roman, feared that the uprising was turning into a social revolution that threatened their own wealth and status. Eleazar, captain of the temple, and now head of the Revolutionary Council, sought to consolidate control. But tensions between the zealots and the sicarii erupted. When Menahem attempted to seize leadership for himself, Eleazar's supporters struck first. Menahem and his followers were ambushed within the temple precincts. He was captured, tortured, and killed. The remnants of his faction escaped back to Masada under the command of Eleazar ben Yair, Menahem's relative, where they fortified themselves for the final stand that would come years later. The rebellion spread rapidly across the land. 2 Herodian fortresses, Cypros near Jericho and Machaerus east of the Dead Sea, fell into rebel hands. Roman garrisons were slaughtered or driven out. The violence quickly spread beyond Judea, reigniting long-standing hostilities between Jews and Greeks. In Caesarea, the Greek population turned on their Jewish neighbors and massacred the entire community, some 20,000 people. To Josephus, this was divine retribution for the earlier killing of the Roman garrison in Jerusalem. Vengeance followed vengeance. Jewish rebels retaliated by attacking Greek settlements throughout the Decapolis and along the Phoenician coast. In turn, Greeks and Syrians struck back at Jewish communities in their cities. Entire towns were consumed by violence, and soon the bloodshed had spread northward through Syria and even to Alexandria in Egypt. Panic gripped the region as both Jews and Gentiles slaughtered each other in escalating waves of retribution. By now, Roman authority had collapsed across most of Palestine. The coastal cities and the Hellenized towns of the Decapolis remained under Greek control, but Jerusalem and the surrounding countryside were entirely in Jewish hands. Villages in Judea, Galilee, Perea, and Idumea joined the revolt. What had begun as a localized uprising, sparked by Florist greed and the unrest in Caesarea, had now spiraled into a full-scale war that would shake the entire Eastern Empire. To Josephus, three events lay at the heart of this catastrophe: Florus's extortion of funds from the temple treasury, his reckless march on Jerusalem instead of calming the situation in Caesarea, and the abolition of the daily sacrifice for the emperor, an act that symbolically severed the last link between Rome and the Jewish state. From these choices, Josephus believed, the road to war had become inevitable. When the revolt erupted, Josephus gives no clear indication of whether the Syrian legate, Cestius Gallus, coordinated directly with Gessius Florus or with the moderate Jewish leaders who had appealed for help. What is known is that Gallus had already begun preparations for a major campaign. From his base in Antioch, he assembled the 12th Legion, reinforced by 2,000 hand-picked soldiers drawn from other legions and supported by more than 14,000 auxiliary troops supplied by Rome's neighboring allies. In total, his army exceeded 30,000 men, a formidable force by any standard. By September, Gallus was joined by three client kings loyal to Rome: Agrippa II, Antiochus IV of Commagene, and Sohaemus of Emesa. Each brought their own contingents of cavalry and archers, and together they advanced south toward Ptolemais, the traditional staging ground for invasions into Judea. From there, the campaign began in earnest. The Romans struck first at Zebulun, a small frontier town in northwestern Galilee. The Jewish defenders, poorly armed and untrained, were swiftly routed. Many fled to the surrounding hills, abandoning their supplies to the advancing legions. The town was looted and burned, and the surrounding countryside devastated, part of a deliberate Roman policy to starve out resistance by destroying the land. After securing Galilee, Gallus established his headquarters in Caesarea. From this position, he dispatched smaller detachments to secure the coastal routes and punish centers of unrest. One force stormed Joppa, killing the entire population. Josephus claims over 8,000 were slain. Another detachment was sent into the region of Narbatene, where the soldiers ravaged villages, seized crops, and slaughtered the inhabitants. Gallus then ordered Sicinius Gallus, commander of the 12th Legion, to sweep the remainder of Galilee. The rebels attempted to make a stand on Mount Asimon, where their elevated position initially gave them an advantage. They repelled the first Roman assault and inflicted heavy casualties, but once the legion gained the high ground, the outcome was inevitable. The disciplined Roman infantry pressed forward, supported by cavalry that cut off any chance of retreat. The rebels were annihilated. With Galilee subdued, Sepphoris, the wealthy pro-Roman capital of the region, welcomed the legions as allies. Other towns offered no resistance. By mid-October, Gallus began his advance southward toward Jerusalem. His forces burned villages and destroyed crops along the route, leaving behind a trail of devastation. At Lydda, he leveled the city entirely, perhaps as a warning to those who still dared resist Roman authority. Outside Jerusalem, Gallus's army encountered fierce resistance near the steep pass of Beth Horon. For 3 days, his troops were delayed by a determined Jewish force that struck from the surrounding heights. Despite this setback, Gallus regrouped and pressed forward, confident that the growing divisions within Jerusalem would make victory easy. Agrippa even made a last desperate attempt to end the conflict peacefully. He sent envoys to the rebels, promising them a full pardon if they surrendered. But the messengers were attacked as soon as they entered the city. One was killed before he could speak a word, and the other barely escaped. Believing the Jewish resistance to be weakening, Gallus advanced to within a mile of Jerusalem and encamped on Mount Scopus, overlooking the city. He waited for several days, expecting the gates to open. When no surrender came, he ordered his troops to burn the northern suburb of Bezetha and launch an assault on the city walls near Herod's palace. Josephus later wrote that had Gallus pressed the attack at that moment, Jerusalem would have fallen, and the war might have ended before it had truly begun. Yet, inexplicably, after several days of siege, Gallus ordered a withdrawal back to Mount Scopus and began a full retreat toward the coast. Josephus struggled to explain this decision. He speculated that Gallus had been persuaded, or even bribed, by certain officers loyal to Florus not to take the city. But such an explanation seems unlikely. More plausibly, the Roman general faced severe logistical problems, a lack of siege engines, dwindling provisions, and the onset of winter, which made prolonged campaigning impossible. He may also have feared that the promise of surrender from certain factions inside the city was a ruse to lure him into a trap. Whatever the reason, his retreat turned what could have been a quick victory into a catastrophe. As the legions withdrew, Jewish guerrillas under Eleazar ben Simon, who had succeeded Menahem as the leader of the revolutionaries, struck from the hills. Their slingers and spearmen harassed the rear guard relentlessly. The Romans, forced into a defensive square formation to protect their flanks, found their progress painfully slow. Those who lagged behind were cut down. By the time Gallus reached Gibeon, supplies were nearly exhausted, and the situation had become desperate. He ordered his soldiers to slaughter their own pack animals for food and pressed on through open country, where the terrain briefly favored Roman tactics. But when the army entered the narrow mountain pass of Beth Horon, disaster struck. The rebels had already occupied the heights and blocked both ends of the pass. From above, they showered the Romans with stones, arrows, and javelins. Trapped in the defile, the legions could neither advance nor retreat in formation. Thousands fell as chaos spread through the ranks. Only under the cover of night did Gallus manage to extract part of his army, leaving a small detachment behind to hold the village and deceive the enemy into thinking the full force was still encamped there. By dawn, the trick was discovered, and the remaining Romans were wiped out. Gallus finally reached Antipatris, having lost 6,000 men, including several senior officers. Entire units were destroyed, siege engines abandoned, and wagons left burning in the ravine. For the Jewish rebels, it was a stunning and unprecedented victory. A peasant army armed mostly with slings and stones had crushed a Roman legion, the greatest fighting machine of the ancient world. For the Romans, it was a humiliation that demanded vengeance. Gallus sent envoys to Emperor Nero, blaming Florus for the disaster and pleading that his own failures were due to the chaos Florus had created. In the aftermath, any chance of reconciliation vanished. The moderate faction in Jerusalem collapsed, and the remaining leaders, mainly priests and aristocrats, rushed to form a provisional government to organize the defense of the new nation. Joseph ben Gurion and the former high priest Ananus were chosen to oversee the city's affairs. A council was formed from members of the Sanhedrin, now invested with both religious and political authority. A popular assembly, long dormant under Roman rule, was re-established as the voice of the people, meeting in the temple courts. For the moment, Jerusalem stood united under this new revolutionary administration. But beneath the surface, old divisions and rival ambitions were already at work, foreshadowing the bitter conflicts that would soon tear the movement apart. Around this moment in the story, Josephus first labels Eleazar ben Simon's followers as zealots. Some scholars think the name only caught on after the rebels' first triumph, when they drove the Gentile garrisons out of the holy city. This group, fired above all by religious zeal, was not the same as Menahem's daggermen from Masada. The zealots were rooted in Jerusalem, and in the brawls that erupted around the altar, they acted like a tight, disciplined sect. When the time came to choose a supreme commander, neither Eleazar ben Simon nor Eleazar ben Ananias was given the post. Power went instead to the former high priest Ananus, son of Ananus, scion of one of Jerusalem's great priestly dynasties. His father and 4 brothers had all worn the high priest's breastplate. Ananus himself had served only briefly before being dismissed by Agrippa and the Roman procurator. Alongside him stood another high priest, a high priest's son, and 3 priests from eminent families. They were styled as generals. Dozens of lesser commands likely went to local notables and a sprinkling of commoners, a neat way for the aristocracy to absorb the street leaders into an orderly state machine modeled on Hellenistic lines, while keeping the popular movement on a short leash. Josephus classifies Ananus as anti-Roman, yet a cautious one. He hoped to win the confidence of the firebrands and steer them toward realism, showing them that a head-on collision with Rome could only end in ruin. He and a colleague governed Jerusalem. Joseph ben Gurion is named once as his partner, then vanishes from the record. A year later, Jesus ben Gamaliel appears in that role. However, the day-to-day work was divided. One thing is clear: whoever ruled the city ruled the nation. Jerusalem carried unmatched political and spiritual weight, and it guarded the immense wealth stored in the temple treasury. The new regime moved quickly. First came money. They minted silver shekels in 3 denominations, a bold signal of sovereignty and a practical way to fund the war. Rome did not allow provinces to strike silver. The rebels did it anyway. The pieces bore a chalice on one side and a branch with 3 pomegranates on the other. Over the next 5 years, the coins continued, dated by the year of the revolt, and adorned with sacred motifs of the temple service. Next came walls. Gallus had swept into the northern suburb of Bezetha with ease, and that lesson was not lost. The unfinished north wall had to be completed. With Rome slow to return, the city had 3 precious years to build. The ramparts climbed to more than 10 meters high. Yet the masons made a fatal oversight. North of Herod's great tower known as Hippicus, they left a gap, failing to tie the new line into the northwest corner of the old defenses. The mistake would one day cost them dearly. Beyond the capital, the land was carved into 8 military districts with subordinate governors. One covered Perea, east of the Jordan. One took in Galilee and the stronghold of Gamala, anchoring the southwest corner of Agrippa's Gaulonitis. 2 were assigned to Idumea in the south, and 3 more guarded the approaches to Jerusalem. The plan was tidy on paper. Centralize command, fold the many local bands into a regular army, and turn a patchwork of militias into a national force. But the militias were not just a military issue. They were political, social, and personal power bases. The first months had already seen factional bloodletting inside Jerusalem, with Eleazar ben Ananias orchestrating the fall of Menahem. Now Ananus moved to sideline Eleazar ben Simon as well. The zealot captain still commanded the temple precinct and sat on piles of Roman spoils brought home from Beth Horon, but he was denied office and access to public funds. Another popular commander, Simon ben Giora, who had distinguished himself against Gallus, was also pushed out. He held money taken from Cestius and a haul from the communal treasury, and spoke openly of lifting the poor, turning his column into a raiding force against great estates. Government troops from Gerasa drove him out of northern Judea. He slipped away to Masada and continued his campaign across Idumea. Smaller captains were folded into the state apparatus where possible. 3 were sent to strike Ascalon on the coast. Silas the Babylonian, once a soldier of Agrippa who had switched sides, Niger of Perea, and John the Essene. The aim was simple. Ascalon held 2 auxiliary cohorts that might hit the Jews from behind when Rome advanced from the north. The assault faltered through poor preparation, and the attackers suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, the council tried to impose order on the fighting men. Those willing to serve under the appointed governors would be paid. Fresh recruits were to join regular units. Josephus preserves a snapshot of how this looked on the ground in a detachment sent from Jerusalem to Galilee under Jesus ben Gamaliel. 600 soldiers with 3 months' wages in hand, 3,000 civic troops, and 100 regular heavy infantry. It was a template for building an army that could outweigh the freebooting bands and curb the threat those independents posed to property and power. Reality refused to fit the template. Men flowed in and out of units, swore loyalty to leaders rather than to laws, and switched banners when circumstances changed. Bands outfitted themselves by stripping the houses of the rich and plundering estates. The government lacked the muscle to enforce its will, and the militias held sway across most of the countryside. Beneath the banner of national liberation, a second conflict raged, a class struggle between landowning elites and radicalized lower orders. With Rome gathering itself for a crushing counterstrike, Judea was fighting on 2 fronts. The danger could not have been greater. There are 2 main reasons why the events in Galilee, as recorded by Josephus, deserve close attention. First, it was here that Josephus himself held command during the opening stage of the revolt, a key military region whose fate shaped the early course of the war. Second, it is also the episode for which he produced 2 very different accounts, one in the Jewish War and another in the life of Josephus. The stark differences between them have raised serious doubts about his reliability, particularly concerning the Jewish War. Yet examining these accounts can also help reveal what was unfolding in Jerusalem at the same time, and shed light on the factions that fueled the conflict. The 2 versions are separated by about 20 years. The life contains much more material, but wherever the 2 overlap, the details often clash, not only in order of events, but in the facts themselves. Most scholars agree that the life was written as a defense against the accusations of Eustace of Tiberias, a local politician turned historian who later served as Agrippa's secretary. Eustace had reason to despise Josephus. During the war, he and his father had been imprisoned by him. Some scholars, however, suggest that Josephus wrote the life less to vindicate himself and more to defend the accuracy of his entire war narrative. Others think he aimed the work at readers who had lived through those years, primarily Jews, though non-Jewish readers were not excluded. Why do the two versions differ so greatly? Three main theories are usually proposed. One holds that Josephus relied on field notes he had written during the war and used them more extensively in the life. Another suggests that, over time, his memory sharpened and he supplemented his earlier narrative with new details and testimony from other participants. A third view is that he consciously distorted the truth for self-serving reasons. The most likely explanation may combine all three, but most scholars tend to consider the life the more trustworthy of the two. After the defeat of Cestius Gallus, most of Jerusalem's peace faction fled the city. Josephus, however, chose to remain. He claims that those who stayed were persuaded by the rebels, though the possibility of bribery cannot be ruled out. He took refuge in the inner court of the temple, since the fortress of Antonia was already in rebel hands. This inner court was held by Eleazar ben Ananias and his followers, who allowed no one unsympathetic to their cause inside. They must have assumed Josephus supported them. He, for his part, later claimed his presence there was an act of prudence rather than conviction. In his own words, Josephus said that he and his associates outwardly agreed with the rebels, while urging them to act only in self-defense, hoping that Gallus would soon arrive with a Roman army to suppress the insurrection. In other words, he was trying to survive between two opposing sides, the extremists who ruled the temple and the moderate Pharisees led by Ananus. When Gallus was defeated, Josephus's balancing act ended, and he appeared to throw his lot in with the rebels. The new rebel administration soon began organizing for the inevitable confrontation with Rome. Generals were appointed to oversee different military regions, most chosen from families of priestly descent. To everyone's surprise, Josephus, a young priest barely 30 with no military background, was placed in charge of both Upper and Lower Galilee. In the Jewish War, he presents his position as administrative, judicial, and military, almost equivalent to that of a Roman governor, which suggests an openly anti-Roman mission. In the life, however, he portrays his appointment quite differently, as a mission to persuade bandits to lay down their arms and restore peace. Perhaps both are partly true. He was tasked with unifying Galilee's many factions, but his true allegiance was still uncertain. His tone suggests reluctance. He seemed to be waiting to see which side would prevail. It is possible that his stated aim of keeping the peace referred not to peace with Rome, but to pacifying the growing conflicts among Galilee's towns. Tensions between Jewish and Greek communities were common, and cities had begun arming against one another. In that light, Josephus's work may have been more about maintaining internal stability than leading an anti-Roman campaign. Galilee differed sharply from Jerusalem in every respect, politically, socially, and economically. It had long been self-sufficient under Herod Antipas, and Rome's direct presence had been minimal until the mid-1st century. The region was fertile and prosperous, though much of its land belonged to wealthy absentee owners, leaving the peasants burdened with debt and heavy taxation. Around the Sea of Galilee, The towns of Sepphoris and Tiberias stood as economic centers, the former already loyal to Rome. To the east lay Agrippa II's territories, also allied with the empire. When Jerusalem declared war, Galilee hesitated. Its proximity to Syria made it vulnerable to Roman invasion, so control of the region was crucial. For that reason, it remains puzzling that Jerusalem entrusted so critical a command to a man like Josephus, an aristocratic priest with Roman connections and no experience in war. Perhaps the government in Jerusalem was also uncertain about the war and saw in Josephus a potential bridge to reconciliation. His appointment might have been a cautious move, a way to maintain options if peace with Rome became possible. Yet by then, Galilee was already slipping into chaos. Rival city-states, warring factions, and private militias were tearing the region apart. Josephus's own account in the Life suggests that he too was swept up in this turmoil. To consolidate power, Josephus formed a council of 70 elders, modeled on the Sanhedrin, with himself presiding as the 71st member. Each town was given a governor and a board of 7 magistrates, chosen from local notables. This network of allies helped him secure control and strengthen his political authority. He then organized the province's defenses, stockpiling supplies and fortifying key cities such as Sepphoris, Tiberias, and Tarichaea, along with a ring of smaller fortresses. He claimed to have raised an army of 100,000 men and trained them in Roman tactics, though how he acquired such knowledge remains unexplained. In truth, most of his forces were little more than irregular militias and local bandits hired for pay. Modern estimates suggest Galilee could not have fielded more than 10,000 men, and even these would soon desert him. When Roman forces approached, his army disbanded before a single arrow was loosed, leaving Josephus with only a few loyal companions. Josephus's official instructions from Jerusalem were vague. He was simply told to take precautions for Galilee. It is possible he exaggerated this ambiguity to justify later failures and maintain flexibility for whatever outcome suited him best. His later conduct gives reason to question his motives. 2 particular incidents, one involving the seizure of property, led to a bitter conflict with John of Gischala, the other powerful leader in the north. Josephus claimed he acted on religious principle, that theft was forbidden even against enemies. Yet his decisions often aligned with the interests of Agrippa II, still an ally of Rome. This dual loyalty, to the rebels on one hand and to Rome's client rulers on the other, defined Josephus's difficult and often contradictory position throughout his time in Galilee. Almost everything we know about John, son of Levi, better remembered as John of Gischala, comes through the pen of his rival, Josephus. John seems to have started from modest beginnings, then rose to prominence in Upper Galilee, likely through shrewd dealings in the olive trade. Long-standing privileges dating back to Seleucus Nicanor had allowed Jews who refused foreign oil to receive funds from gymnasium officials to secure oil acceptable to their law. Josephus says John cleverly stepped into this system. He obtained permission to deliver oil at the frontier, bought up large quantities at a set Tyrian price, and, with Galilee's groves heavy with fruit, built a monopoly supplying communities in need. The profits, by Josephus's telling, were immense. Before the revolt, John already held influence in Gischala, and when trouble came, ended up leading the town militia, less by personal ambition than by necessity. Josephus initially tried to harness John's strength, leaving him in charge of fortifying Gischala and drawing his 400 men into the broader defense. Their alliance fractured over the imperial grain stores in Upper Galilee. John wanted to sell the grain to fund Gishala's walls. Josephus demanded the stockpile for his own command. When two priests were asked to rule, they sided with John. Sensing he had provoked suspicion, Josephus let John continue his oil operations, even while accusing him of profiteering. Another flare-up followed at Dabaritha after the abduction of a woman connected to one of Agrippa's officers. The captors expected a share of the spoils. Josephus refused, declaring the proceeds would go to Jerusalem to strengthen the ramparts, then quietly passed valuables to notables friendly to Agrippa. To anti-Roman partisans, this looked like betrayal. To Josephus's own supporters, it echoed his lifelong balancing act, appearing to serve the war effort while avoiding a direct break with Rome and its clients. John's motives, by contrast, read as the pursuit of power in service of the common struggle. Wealth mattered mainly because it could be turned into walls, wages, and weapons. He favored mass mobilization, pressed property into the service of defense, and treated collaborators as enemies. Josephus's stories from Tiberias and Tarichaea underline the collision of their approaches. Acting on orders from Jerusalem, Josephus moved to demolish Herod Antipas's palace in Tiberias on religious grounds, a gesture that mirrored the burning of the Hasmonean palace in Jerusalem and was sure to win popular acclaim. Tiberias, a largely Jewish city built in honor of the emperor, had a Hellenized profile and a royalist elite struggling to control unrest from below. The lower classes, led by Jesus, son of Saphias, struck first. They torched the palace, seized its treasures, and drove out Greek and royalist residents. Josephus hurried in, gathered what booty he could, and discreetly returned it to pro-Roman dignitaries, saying he meant to restore it to Agrippa. That choice enraged neighboring Tarichaea. Facing a hostile crowd there, Josephus delivered a calculated speech. He claimed he had kept the money to finance a defensive wall for the city, and offered to lay the goods before them if they disagreed. His rhetoric split the audience. Tarichaeans cooled while Tiberians railed, buying him time and safety. Throughout, his instinct for survival is unmistakable, a thread that runs straight to his later maneuvers at Jotapata. John of Gishala became his fiercest antagonist. In the Jewish War, Josephus paints John as a brigand who fielded 400 raiders to pillage Galilean villages, though Josephus himself relied on bands little different from these. In the life, the picture shifts. John initially tried to restrain hotheads in Gishala and keep faith with Rome until outsiders attacked his city. After repelling them, he rebuilt Gishala with stronger walls. The very fact that Josephus sought John's cooperation early on suggests John's standing was substantial. Some modern scholars even regard him as a significant landowner and statesman. We know Titus later attempted to negotiate with him as Gishala's commander. The feud soon erupted into open conflict. John aligned with Jesus, son of Saphias in Tiberias, and with Justus, son of Pistis, Josephus's later literary foe, to turn that city against Josephus. When an attempt to assassinate Josephus failed, he launched a campaign of denigration. He offered John's backers a brutal choice: switch allegiance to him or watch their homes burn. The threat implies many of John's supporters were property holders, not merely roving fighters. Galilee slid toward civil war. John withdrew his militia to Gishala. Josephus seized the commissioners who had come to depose him and sent them to Jerusalem. John appealed to Jerusalem to have Josephus removed, likely on grounds amounting to treason. The city listened. Even the respected Pharisee Simeon, son of Gamaliel, called for Josephus to answer the charges. A delegation was dispatched with authority to strip him of command if he refused. Warned by his father, Josephus changed course. Overnight, the cautious moderate turned militant. Rather than submit to recall, he staged a diversion. Claiming a dream had foretold he must first meet the Romans in battle before finding peace, he mustered 5,000 men and marched on Ptolemais, a deliberate provocation of Rome. He steered clear of the Jerusalem envoys and stayed in Galilee until Vespasian's advance trapped him in Jotapata, where his fate took its famous turn. John of Gischala, unlike Josephus, had never taken direct action against Rome. Their conflict seemed to arise more from Josephus's hesitancy to commit to open war than from any concrete betrayal. Yet the situation was far from simple. John had the backing of moderate leaders in Jerusalem, men who were cautious about rebellion, when he condemned Josephus's conduct in Galilee. Whatever Josephus had done was serious enough to demand official attention from the capital. Since Josephus is our only surviving witness, his portrayal of John as a schemer and outlaw must be viewed with skepticism. Unable to depose Josephus, and watching Galilee crumble under Roman pressure, John fled south to Jerusalem. There, he first joined the moderate camp under Ananus, but quickly realized their aim was not resistance, but eventual surrender. He then aligned himself with the Zealots and rose to become one of the leading figures of the rebellion, remaining in Jerusalem until the city fell in 70 AD. There may have been deeper political reasons behind Josephus's hostility. It is possible that John was affiliated with the faction of Eleazar, son of Ananias, while Josephus was connected to the former high priest, Jesus, son of Gamaliel. Both factions served under the provisional rule of Ananus. John had initially hoped to command Galilee, but the role went instead to Josephus, who represented the moderates. When that happened, John's allies in Jerusalem tried to have Josephus removed. The recall mission, arranged through Simon, son of Gamaliel, and the warning sent to Josephus by Jesus, son of Gamaliel, suggest these political divisions were deeply personal. If this reconstruction is correct, Josephus's later accusations of jealousy would make more sense. It would also help explain his mixed feelings towards John and his own cautious behavior in Galilee. Josephus seemed to be preparing for war while still hoping to delay it. John, by contrast, believed conflict with Rome was unavoidable. These opposing mindsets shaped their rivalry. The contradictions in Josephus's writings make it hard to pin down the truth. His works serve different purposes. The Jewish war presents him as a capable leader, while the life defends his reputation. The inconsistencies between the two reflect this difference in intention. If the earlier account shows what he wanted readers to believe, the later one exposes the challenges that undermined him. Even so, Josephus's habit of selective memory is troubling. It is difficult to believe that a man celebrated for his sharp recall could have genuinely forgotten so many key details. More likely, he adjusted his story to portray the upper classes, including himself, in the most favorable light. His depiction of John as a bandit, for instance, says more about Josephus's self-image than about John's actual behavior. Beneath the layers of self-justification, Josephus emerges as a man torn between loyalty, ambition, and a conviction that he had a divine mission to record the fate of his people. His survival at Jotapata and later surrender make more sense if he truly believed he was chosen to bear witness to these events. Both Galilee and Jerusalem, despite their differences, suffered from the same problem: division. Galilee had not initially been eager to rebel, but internal strife gradually pushed it toward resistance. These divisions may hold the key to understanding why the revolt happened at all. Much of it stemmed from the breakdown of rural social structures. In Palestine, peasants were tied to landlords through fragile contracts rather than stable obligations. When this system weakened, unrest followed. In Galilee, patronage had bound wealthy landowners to their clients, creating a network of mutual dependence. When Roman taxation and Herodian urbanization disrupted this balance, many farmers lost their livelihoods. Wealthy figures like John of Gischala gained influence, using their personal followings to secure power, while others drifted into banditry. This erosion of the traditional patronage system produced unemployment and homelessness, swelling the ranks of militant groups. In Jerusalem, similar economic pressures erupted after the completion of the temple in the 60s AD, when thousands of workers found themselves jobless. These displaced men joined the urban crowds that would later fuel the uprising. The capital became a divided city, its ruling elite clinging to compromise, while the masses demanded action. Protests often broke out during major festivals, when pilgrims filled the city and tensions reached their peak. In the end, the social and economic strain that rippled through Galilee and Judea created the conditions that made revolt inevitable. Curiously, the life barely mentions Rome itself. The empire looms in the background, like a predator watching from the shadows, while the Jews, absorbed in their own quarrels, fail to notice the danger closing in. Through his words, perhaps unintentionally, Josephus reveals the true heart of the tragedy. Not merely the clash with Rome, but the internal fractures that weakened his people from within. In the spring of 67 AD, the Roman general Vespasian launched his invasion of Galilee. His force, numbering nearly 6,000 men, struck fear into the local Jewish defenders gathered near Sepphoris, who had no desire to meet the Roman legions in open battle. The citizens of Sepphoris had already reached out to Vespasian for protection, and he responded by sending a strong detachment, 1,000 cavalry and 6,000 infantry, under the command of the tribune Placidus. These Roman divisions raided the surrounding countryside relentlessly, creating serious problems for Josephus, who now commanded the Jewish forces. In retaliation, Josephus attempted to attack Sepphoris, but his efforts failed. As morale weakened, many of Josephus's men deserted and fled to nearby fortresses. Left with a diminished force, he retreated to Tiberias. His arrival there alarmed the townspeople, who realized that if their commander had abandoned the field, victory against Rome must be hopeless. Josephus himself was now torn between resistance and surrender. He sent a message to Jerusalem, describing the desperate situation, neither exaggerating the strength of the Romans nor concealing it, urging the council to either send reinforcements or grant him permission to negotiate peace. Before any reply arrived, devastating news reached him. Gabara, a nearby village about 19 kilometers inland from Ptolemais, had been utterly destroyed. Every inhabitant was slaughtered or enslaved, and the neighboring settlements were also ravaged. Vespasian's strategy was clear: crush morale through terror and force the rebels to fight or surrender on Roman terms. Yet even after this massacre, the Jewish resistance refused to yield. The key to Galilee's defense was the hill fortress of Jotapata, perched on the rugged northwestern heights of Lower Galilee. Naturally fortified by deep ravines and sheer cliffs, it was a stronghold of both geography and resolve. The Romans understood its importance. Taking Jotapata would mean taking Galilee itself. Placidus, eager for glory, had already tried to seize the town, but his troops were ambushed by its defenders and soundly defeated. Determined to finish what his tribune had failed to do, Vespasian ordered his engineers to level the surrounding ground and prepare for siege operations. Josephus, who had previously strengthened the fortress and garrisoned it heavily, rushed there from Tiberias to take command of the defense. Soon, Placidus and his cavalry encircled the hills to prevent escape, and the main army followed, setting up camp to the north. A full line of infantry and cavalry tightened around the town, cutting it off from the outside world. The defenders, including civilians, were trapped. Their fate was clear: surrender, enslavement, or death. The Romans began their assault almost at once. Vespasian relied on intimidation, using his vast army to break the spirit of the defenders, most of whom were poorly armed peasants wielding makeshift weapons. This psychological warfare, if successful, would save time, money, and lives ahead of the eventual campaign against Jerusalem. For 5 days, the Romans bombarded the walls with missiles and launched repeated infantry assaults. Josephus countered with surprise attacks, sending out small groups to strike at the enemy lines and retreat before they could be surrounded. The casualties were relatively light on both sides, but the stalemate favored the defenders. Unable to breach the fortress, Vespasian called his officers to a council of war. It was clear that brute force would not win the day. Jotapata was too well positioned and too fiercely defended. The Romans would need to build siege works. An immense ramp of earth, timber, and stone began to rise from the valley floor toward the northern wall. Thousands of soldiers were put to labor, cutting trees, hauling stones, and packing earth to fill the ravines. The effort required staggering resources: food, water, and materials to sustain the massive army. Yet the defenders were far from passive. From the walls they hurled missiles and made daring night sorties, tearing down Roman screens, setting fire to timber supports, and killing work parties whenever they could. To counter this, Vespasian ordered the hurdles to be fastened into one continuous barrier, creating a wall of protection across his front lines. Gradually, the Jewish defenders were forced to remain behind their walls, unable to risk open attacks. As the Roman ramp grew, its top came level with the walls of Jotapata, and siege engines were brought forward for the final assault. Realizing the danger, Josephus ordered his masons to raise the height of the northern wall even further. They worked in relays day and night, protected by hides stretched over wooden frames to shield them from missiles. Soon, the walls towered nearly 10 meters high, reinforced by new battlements and watchtowers from which defenders could rain projectiles down upon the attackers below. The morale of the Romans wavered while confidence grew among the Jews, who resumed their counterattacks with renewed energy. Vespasian, frustrated by the stalemate, changed tactics. He ordered a blockade to starve the defenders into submission. The fortress still had stores of grain and food, but water was scarce. There was no spring within the walls, only rainwater stored in rock-cut cisterns, and the dry season was at its height. With refugees crowding into the town, supplies ran dangerously low. Yet Josephus once again showed cunning. He first proposed leading a breakout to seek reinforcements, but the townspeople refused, fearing he would desert them. So he devised a ruse. He ordered his men to wash their garments and hang them along the walls to dry. When Vespasian's scouts saw the damp clothes gleaming in the sun, they assumed the town still had abundant water. Believing the siege might drag on indefinitely, the Roman general shifted from waiting to direct assault once again. As the ramp neared completion, the Romans rolled forward their massive battering ram, protected by archers and catapults that rained missiles on the walls. Blow after blow struck the same section, and the masonry began to give way. Seeing the danger, Josephus improvised another defense. He filled large sacks with rags and straw, lowering them over the targeted section of the wall to absorb the impact. Each time the ram struck, the sacks muffled the force of the blows, and wherever the Romans shifted their attack, the defenders moved the sacks to meet them. This ingenious tactic slowed the Roman advance and prolonged the defense, turning Jotapata into a symbol of desperate resistance against overwhelming might. The Romans quickly countered by fastening long poles with curved blades at the ends, slicing through the ropes that held the sacks. With no other option left, Josephus and his men decided to set the Roman siege works on fire. Gathering every dry piece of wood they could find, they rushed out from 3 sides of the town, igniting the engines, shelters, and wooden supports. The flames raged for nearly an hour, consuming much of the Roman equipment. From the battlements above, defenders poured volleys of missiles onto the panicked soldiers below. Josephus mentions one warrior whose courage deserved eternal memory: Eleazar, son of Sameas, from Saba in Galilee. He lifted an enormous stone and hurled it down with such force that it shattered the head of the battering ram. Then, leaping from the walls, he seized the iron head of the ram and carried it calmly to the base of the ramp. Every Roman nearby turned their weapons toward him. 5 arrows pierced his body, yet he still climbed back up the wall. For a brief moment he stood there, a symbol of defiance, before collapsing, still clutching the ram's head in his hands. Josephus also records 2 brothers, Netiras and Philip, who charged directly into the lines of the 10th Legion, scattering soldiers and breaking their formation. As evening fell, the Romans repaired their ram and brought it once again against the weakened wall. During this attack, an arrow struck Vespasian in the foot, causing alarm in the Roman camp. Titus, his son, rushed to his side, but the general quickly composed himself and reassured his men, which only reignited their determination. Enraged, the Roman legions surged forward to renew the assault. Despite being bombarded by waves of missiles, the Jewish defenders stood firm on the battlements, continuing to fight fiercely. The fires they had set earlier now worked against them, illuminating their silhouettes for Roman archers. Stones hurled from siege engines smashed towers and walls with devastating power. Josephus describes the gruesome aftermath: men torn apart, blood running through the trenches, and piles of bodies forming a grim pathway up the ruined wall. By morning, the fortification finally gave way, and a massive breach opened. At dawn, Vespasian launched his final assault. 3 cavalry units advanced first, clearing the way with lowered lances while infantry pressed from behind. Archers and slingers filled the air with projectiles, darkening the sky. Behind them, heavily armored soldiers carried ladders to scale the remaining walls, hoping to draw the defenders away from the main breach. Josephus ordered the older and weary men to guard the intact portions of the wall, while the strongest were stationed at the breach. He instructed his soldiers to block out the Roman war cry by covering their ears and to crouch low during the incoming barrage. When the ramps were laid, they were to spring up and engage in close combat. He even locked the women inside their homes to prevent their cries from breaking the men's resolve. Soon, the Roman archers unleashed an endless rain of arrows and stones. Advancing up the earthen platform, the legionaries moved in their tortoise formation. shields locked tightly above and around them, forming an unbroken shell. Slow and methodical, they pushed forward step by step. The defenders fought desperately, but the Romans, advancing in deep ranks, began to press them back toward the breach. Suddenly, streams of boiling oil cascaded down from the walls, seeping between the shields of the tortoise and scalding the men beneath. The soldiers screamed in agony as the burning liquid penetrated their armor. Quickly, the centurions at the rear formed a second tortoise, thinking the oil would soon run out. They were right, but the defenders followed up with another trick. They poured down a cold mixture of fenugreek paste, which turned the wooden ramps into a slippery trap. The soldiers lost their footing, slipping and trampling one another, while others were struck down by missiles from above. The assault collapsed into chaos. Terrified, the Romans pulled back, and Vespasian called off the attack. Jotapata had survived another month. The prolonged resistance inspired other fortified towns across Galilee to rise up. When the city of Jaffa rebelled, Vespasian dispatched the commander of the 10th Legion with 2,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry. The town was stormed, its defenders massacred, and only a handful of women and children taken as slaves. Meanwhile, at Jotapata, the Romans resumed their work. The ramps were raised higher than the walls, and 3 massive wooden towers were built atop them, allowing archers to shoot down upon the defenders. The Jews could barely approach their own walls without being struck. Their only option was to launch desperate sorties, brave but costly attacks that achieved little. One night, a deserter escaped from the city and revealed to Vespasian that the guards on the walls often fell asleep just before dawn. Acting on this intelligence, the general ordered his son Titus to lead a stealth attack with a small force. Before sunrise on July 1st, Titus and his men scaled the walls, silently killing the drowsy sentries. The gates were thrown open, and the waiting soldiers surged in. The Romans quickly overran the northern hill and poured into the city. Panic spread like wildfire. Some defenders trapped on the far side of the ridge saw no escape and took their own lives. Those who barricaded themselves in a northern tower held out briefly, but were soon surrounded. Exhausted and hopeless, they surrendered, stretching out their necks to the enemy's swords. As the Romans advanced, the townspeople fled in terror, many hiding in underground cisterns. The men were slaughtered, women and children enslaved, and the once proud city was reduced to ruins. Josephus, however, managed to hide in a deep pit connected to a concealed cave with provisions for several days. 40 other prominent men accompanied him. Each night, he crept out in search of an escape route, but found none. On the 3rd day, the hiding place was discovered. Vespasian offered him his life in exchange for surrender, and Josephus seemed ready to accept. Yet his companions refused, preferring death to captivity. After a long, impassioned argument urging them not to commit suicide, Josephus reluctantly agreed to their proposal. A death lottery. Each man drew lots to determine who would die next. One by one, they killed each other until only Josephus and one other remained. Having cleverly counted the circle, Josephus ensured he would survive. The 2 men surrendered to the Romans. Brought before Vespasian and Titus, Josephus was spared execution. Instead, he made a startling declaration. He told Vespasian that he was no ordinary prisoner, but a messenger of destiny, that the general and his son would one day rule the world. Vespasian was skeptical at first, suspecting a desperate ruse. But when Josephus's earlier prediction that Jotapata would fall in 47 days proved true, the general began to believe him. From that moment on, Josephus lived under the protection of Vespasian. Though still a captive, he was treated with respect and accompanied both Vespasian and Titus throughout the remainder of the war. His refusal to die alongside his comrades later took on a moral and religious dimension. He argued that life was sacred, that suicide was forbidden, and that he had a divine mission to survive and bear witness to the fate of his people. It is striking that Josephus never mentioned the episode in the cave within his other version of the Jotapata story in Life. In the Jewish War, however, he clearly aimed to clear himself of accusations of betrayal. This section of his writing seems crafted for the moderate Jewish audience, those who might still accept him as credible. His purpose was not to convince the zealots, who would never have forgiven what they saw as treachery, but to win back the respect of those who were not consumed by fanaticism. The fall of Jotapata in early July marked a turning point in the Galilean campaign. With several months of good weather still ahead, the Romans had ample time to eliminate any remaining resistance. The psychological impact of Jotapata's defeat shattered Jewish morale, especially in Lower Galilee, where organized resistance quickly crumbled. Only a few strongholds held out: Gishala in the north, Tarichiah and Tiberias near the Sea of Galilee, Mount Tabor inland, and Gamala High in the Golan region. While the siege of Jotapata was still underway, Vespasian dispatched Trajan, commander of the 10th Legion, with a force of 1,000 cavalry and 2,000 infantry to suppress the nearby town of Jaffa. Encouraged by the rebellion at Jotapata, Jaffa had also risen up against Rome. The town was naturally well defended, surrounded by rugged terrain and protected by 2 concentric walls. When Trajan's forces arrived, the inhabitants marched out to meet them, seemingly ready for battle. Trajan charged without hesitation, scattering the defenders and chasing them back toward their gates. The fleeing rebels managed to reach the first wall, but as they tried to enter the second enclosure, their own townspeople, terrified that the Romans might follow, shut them out. Trapped between the Roman troops behind them and the locked gates before them, they were slaughtered where they stood. Josephus claims 12,000 Jews were killed in the assault. Trajan then requested reinforcements, and Titus, Vespasian's son, was sent with additional troops, 500 cavalry and 1,000 infantry. Taking command of the right wing, Titus led the charge up the ramparts. Fierce fighting erupted within the narrow streets of the city. Men clashed hand to hand in the alleys, while women hurled stones and tiles from the rooftops. After 6 hours of brutal struggle, resistance collapsed. Those who survived the initial slaughter were massacred or enslaved. The violence did not end there. The Samaritans soon faced the same fate. Although the region of Samaria was already under Roman control, many of its inhabitants had gathered atop their sacred mountain, Mount Gerizim, refusing to leave. Their refusal was taken as a sign of rebellion. Vespasian ordered Cerealis, commander of the 5th Legion, to deal with them. With 600 cavalry and 3,000 infantry, Cerealis surrounded the mountain, cutting off all access to water. Under the relentless sun, thirst and exhaustion forced the Samaritans to descend, and when they did, they were mercilessly cut down. After these campaigns, Vespasian returned to Ptolemais to allow his troops to rest. He established permanent bases in the non-Jewish cities of Caesarea and Scythopolis, both loyal to Rome. His first objective was to secure sea routes. The rebels had retaken Joppa after Gallus's earlier defeat and had turned it into a pirate haven, threatening Rome's vital grain shipments and Mediterranean communication lines. A small Roman force recaptured the port with ease, re-establishing control. Caesarea now became Vespasian's main base of operations. Its strategic harbor ensured steady supplies, and its position allowed easy movement toward both Galilee in the northeast and Judea in the south. From there, Vespasian moved across Galilee toward Caesarea Philippi, near the northern edge of King Agrippa's territories. Agrippa himself requested Roman assistance in regaining control over his client states, several of which had joined the rebellion. Tiberias and Tarichaea were both in rebel hands, though Tiberias was divided. Many of its citizens favored peace with Rome. Earlier that year, Josephus had mediated between the radical faction led by Jesus ben Saphius and the pro-Herodian nobles seeking to surrender. Vespasian sent Titus back to Caesarea to bring up the remaining troops to Scythopolis, where the two armies rejoined. From there, they marched toward Tiberias, setting camp a short distance from the city. An officer was sent ahead to negotiate surrender. The revolutionary leader, Jesus ben Saphius, responded with open defiance, leading his men out to attack the Romans. But the city's royalists and wealthy elites immediately defected, leaving the rebels isolated. Realizing they could not hold Tiberias, the insurgents fled north toward Tarichaea. The next morning, Tiberias opened its gates and welcomed the Roman legions without resistance. With that, Galilee was effectively subdued. The rebellion in the north was over. Only Jerusalem remained to be conquered, and the decisive battle for the heart of Judea was about to begin. The rebel stronghold at Tarichaea grew more powerful than ever as new fighters poured in, determined to make their last stand against Rome. Josephus had fortified the city with strong defensive walls, and along the lakeshore, the rebels had gathered a fleet of small boats to serve as an escape route if the land defenses collapsed. Meanwhile, Vespasian's army encamped just to the south, quickly surrounding their camp with heavy fortifications. As the Romans worked to strengthen their positions, the rebel leader Jesus and his companions launched a sudden attack. They charged out of the gates and surprised the Roman engineers, scattering them and tearing down part of their defenses. But when the legionaries began to form ranks, the rebels quickly retreated toward the city. Pursued by the Romans, many ran to the shore and took to their boats, rowing just far enough out into the lake to stay within range of their bows. There they anchored, linking their vessels together side by side to form a floating battle line, hurling arrows and stones toward the soldiers on shore in what became a desperate and chaotic fight across water and land. To counter this strange battle, Vespasian placed 2,000 archers under the command of Antonius Silo on a hill overlooking the city. On the plain below, a large number of Jewish fighters had gathered, and Titus was sent with 600 cavalry to drive them off. When Titus realized the size of the opposing force, he sent for help. Trajan soon arrived with 400 more horsemen. Together they charged the rebels head-on. For a time, the Jews fought bravely, but against the armored Roman cavalry they had little chance. Many were cut down, while others fled back to Tarichaea. Titus pressed forward, circling the edge of the lake and cutting off their escape before forcing his way into the city. Inside, the slaughter was brutal. Jesus and a handful of his followers managed to escape across the countryside, but most of the inhabitants were killed or enslaved. To prevent further escapes, Vespasian sealed the city with a cordon of troops and ordered the construction of rafts to pursue those who had fled by water. A fierce naval battle followed on the western shore of the Sea of Galilee. The rebels' boats, small fishing craft hastily converted for war, were no match for the sturdy Roman rafts. Protected by armor and shields, Roman archers unleashed volleys of arrows that tore through the unprotected Jewish sailors. One by one, The small boats were rammed and overturned. Those who tried to swim ashore were met by waiting soldiers who struck them down as they reached the banks. When the fighting ended, the lake was thick with wreckage and floating bodies, the sun baking the scene into a nauseating spectacle of defeat. Afterward, Vespasian separated the captives. The local citizens loyal to King Agrippa were spared and returned to their ruler, while the rest, those considered insurgents, were taken to Tiberias for judgment. 6,000 of the strongest young men were sent as slave labor to work on the canal at Corinth. The rest were sold to slave traders, and about 1,000 elderly or infirm captives, deemed useless, were executed. Only 3 of Josephus's fortified positions now remained: Gischala, Gamala, and Mount Tabor, all in northern Palestine. Determined to crush the last pockets of resistance, Vespasian marched on Gamala, a fortress perched high in the Golan Heights. The town stood on a steep, narrow ridge, its houses clinging to the slopes, so precarious. Originally, Gamala had been garrisoned by Agrippa's troops to keep the local population under control. But when Agrippa unwisely withdrew his soldiers, the Jews seized the fortress. When he later tried to retake it, his siege dragged on for 7 long months, giving the defenders, mainly refugees from Galilee, time to prepare formidable defenses. Vespasian was determined to end the stalemate. He surrounded the city with 3 legions, the 15th to the north, the 5th in the center, and the 10th to the south. Each was ordered to build siege ramps to create level ground for their assault. The defenders tried repeatedly to disrupt the work, but were driven back by Roman artillery fire. When Agrippa himself approached the walls to persuade the defenders to surrender, he was greeted not with words, but with a sling stone that struck his arm and wounded him. Soon, the Roman siege works were complete. The battering rams went to work, smashing great holes through the outer walls. Legionaries poured through the breaches, only to find themselves trapped in a maze of narrow streets. The defenders lured them deeper into the town and then struck from above, hurling stones, spears, and boiling oil. The Romans, unable to maneuver in tight alleys, fell into confusion. Panic spread as soldiers tried to retreat through the crowded streets, trampling one another in their desperation. Many clambered onto rooftops, only for the structures to collapse under their weight, burying them alive in rubble. From the heights, the Jews rained missiles upon the chaos below. The Roman advance broke down completely, and only the discipline of a small group around Vespasian himself prevented total disaster. Surrounded and cut off near the ridge, the general and his men formed a defensive wall of shields and slowly fought their way back to safety. The legions eventually regrouped outside the walls, but the setback left them demoralized and shaken. Realizing the need to restore order, Vespasian addressed his men, reminding them of their past victories and urging them to stand firm. "Fortune," he told them, "may shift its favor from one side to another, but it will not abandon Rome." His words reignited their fighting spirit, and work resumed on the siege platforms, which were raised higher than before. Inside Gamala, joy over the unexpected Roman defeat soon gave way to despair. The people understood that their situation was hopeless. Supplies were running low, and there was no way to break through the blockade. Hunger and exhaustion were setting in. Still, the bravest among them took their places at the breaches, while the rest guarded the remaining walls. As the Romans continued to strengthen their siege works, some of the inhabitants began fleeing down the ravines or through hidden tunnels in a desperate attempt to escape. While Gamala endured its siege, Vespasian turned briefly to another stronghold, Mount Tabor, which rose between the Great Plain and Scythopolis. This fortress, originally fortified by Josephus, was surrounded by walls and stocked with food and water, making it a secure and stubborn outpost that the Romans could not ignore. Vespasian sent his general Placidus with 600 cavalry to deal with the rebels holding Mount Tabor. The steep ascent made a direct attack impossible, so Placidus decided on a ruse. He called out to the people gathered on the mountain, offering them safe passage and fair terms if they would come down peacefully. The crowd seemed to agree, descending cautiously, but their true intention was to strike the Romans once they reached the plain. Placidus pretended to retreat, luring the would-be attackers into the open, then suddenly turned his cavalry around and charged. The result was a massacre. Most of the rebels were cut down, while the rest were captured. Those who had remained on the mountain, terrified by what they saw below, surrendered. Mount Tabor fell without further resistance. Meanwhile, at Gamala, desperation grew. Some townspeople tried to flee through the ravines. Others perished from hunger, while the most determined continued to man the defenses. On the night of November 9th, about a month into the siege, 3 soldiers of the 15th Legion crept up to one of the city's towers under cover of darkness. Working quietly, they loosened the 5 massive foundation stones at its base. When the structure gave way, the tower crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Panic erupted inside the town, but the Romans waited until morning before pressing the attack. At dawn, Titus returned from another campaign and led 200 dismounted cavalrymen and several infantry units into the city. They advanced silently, catching the guards unprepared. Chaos spread instantly. Families ran through the streets screaming, parents dragging children toward the citadel, while others fell under Roman swords. Josephus later described the horrific scene, the streets running red with blood, the cries of the dying echoing down the slopes, and the city drowning in terror. Vespasian soon brought up the main force through a breach in the eastern wall. The last defenders, together with their families, retreated up the steep cliffs overlooking the town and hurled missiles at the advancing Romans. Then nature turned against them. A fierce wind swept across the ridge, scattering their projectiles and nearly throwing some of the defenders off balance. Encircled on all sides, the Jews fought on with incredible bravery, but the outcome was inevitable. The Romans climbed steadily upward, cutting down anyone in their path. What followed became legend. Ancient writers later called Gamala the Masada of the Golan. Josephus claimed that when all hope was lost, many of the inhabitants hurled themselves from the cliffs, rather than be taken captive. 4,000 killed by Roman swords, and another 5,000 dying by their own hands. Yet modern excavations suggest the story may have been more tragic than heroic. Archaeologists have shown that only a small area at the summit is high enough for a fatal fall, far too small to hold thousands of people. More likely, the desperate townsfolk tried to escape down the steep northern slope, trampling one another in their panic. Only a handful reached safety in the ravine below. Josephus mentions that just 2 women survived, nieces of a nobleman named Philip, once commander-in-chief under King Agrippa. No human remains were ever found during 14 seasons of excavation at Gamala. This is probably because, once the battle ended, Jewish law required the burial of the dead, and the Romans likely permitted it. The bodies were almost certainly interred in a mass grave nearby, as a similar burial site discovered at Jotapata seems to confirm. With Gamala destroyed, the Roman conquest of Galilee was nearly complete. Only Gishala still stood in defiance. As winter approached, Vespasian ordered his legions to withdraw to their bases at Caesarea and Scythopolis, but he sent his son Titus with 1,000 cavalry to deal with the final pocket of resistance. Gishala's people were mostly farmers and tradesmen who wanted peace. But John of Gishala had stirred them to rebellion and now stood alone against Rome. The town's defenses were weak, and Titus could have taken it by storm, but he chose mercy over bloodshed. Hoping to avoid another massacre, he offered terms of surrender, then withdrew to allow the townspeople to give their answer after the Sabbath. John, however, used the delay to his advantage. He planned to abandon the city under cover of darkness and march south to join the defense of Jerusalem. Taking advantage of Titus's goodwill and the lack of a Roman blockade, John led his militia out during the night. The townspeople, mostly women and children, followed in despair, crying out to their husbands not to leave them behind, but the orders were clear. The fighters were to flee. Josephus records John's words to his men: "Save yourselves and live to avenge those who fall." The next morning, Titus arrived expecting peace talks. The gates were opened, and the people greeted him as a liberator. They told him that John and his soldiers had escaped during the night, and begged him for mercy. Titus immediately dispatched his cavalry in pursuit. They caught some of the fleeing rebels, killing about 6,000 and capturing 3,000 women and children. But John himself reached Jerusalem safely. Inside Gishala, Titus ordered part of the wall torn down to mark the town's capture. He chose not to execute those accused of rebellion, threatening them instead, reasoning that punishment without proof would only breed resentment. After stationing a garrison to maintain order, Titus returned to his father's winter camp, where preparations for the great assault on Jerusalem were already underway. Yet before that decisive campaign, Roman attention turned to eliminating every remaining stronghold across the land. With the north and west subdued, Vespasian and Titus moved to crush resistance in the east and south, in Perea and Idumea, until only the region surrounding Jerusalem remained defiant. By this time, Samaria and the Sharon Plain were also under Roman control. Though the Samaritans had a long history of rebellion against foreign rulers, their deep divisions with the Jews made any alliance impossible. Still, they too suffered under Roman rule, and unrest flared from time to time. Decades earlier, in AD 36, a Samaritan prophet had led his followers to Mount Gerizim, their sacred mountain, in open defiance of the Roman governor. Now, during the Jewish revolt, Vespasian again received reports of a gathering there. Fearing another uprising, he sent the 5th Legion with 3,000 infantry and 600 cavalry. The Samaritans retreated to the mountaintop, but without food or water, their position was hopeless. By late June, weakened by thirst and heat, many tried to flee down the slopes, only to be cut down. The Romans stormed the summit and massacred the rest. From that day forward, Samaria remained silent under Roman rule. A similar fate befell the Jewish settlements of the Sharon Plain. Early in the rebellion, Greek communities in cities like Caesarea and Ascalon had carried out brutal massacres of their Jewish neighbors. Roman forces followed up with devastating counterattacks, burning Joppa to the ground. Even so, the Jewish victory at Beth Horon had briefly revived the revolutionary spirit. Encouraged, Ananus and his council in Jerusalem sent troops to attack Ascalon. The Roman garrison was small, barely 500 infantry and a few cavalry, but the defenders were veterans. When the untrained Jewish levies met them on the plain, the result was predictable. Discipline and armor triumphed over passion and makeshift weapons. The Jewish force was routed, losing 2 commanders in the fight. Undeterred, they tried again, marching on Ascalon a second time, only to fall into ambushes set in the nearby passes. Once more, Roman cavalry crushed them. Meanwhile, rebels seized Joppa and rebuilt it as their base of operations on the coast. From there, they launched raids across the Sharon Plain and soon took to the sea, turning pirate. By the following year, Jewish ships were attacking Roman trade routes between Egypt and Syria, a final burst of defiance before the storm that was soon to fall on Jerusalem itself. After the fall of Jotapata, Vespasian dispatched a contingent of soldiers and cavalry to seize control of the coastal city of Joppa. Taking advantage of the night, the Romans entered the city with little resistance. Astonishingly, its walls had been left undefended. The Jewish fighters, realizing their peril, fled to their ships and waited just offshore, hoping to escape by sea. But fate turned against them. A sudden, violent storm swept in from the north, and since Joppa lacked a natural harbor, the waves hurled the ships against one another and smashed them upon the jagged rocks along the shore. The result was catastrophic. Many drowned in the raging waters. Others were crushed in the wreckage or slaughtered on the beaches as they struggled to reach land. Roman troops were waiting along the coastline, cutting down any survivors who managed to crawl from the surf. When the storm finally passed, the sea was littered with debris and bodies. Joppa was secured without further resistance. The Romans established a garrison there and plundered the surrounding villages, leaving the entire region in ruins. Yet even after these defeats, the spirit of rebellion was not entirely extinguished. Isolated groups of fighters still resisted across the plains. According to Josephus, Vespasian had to subdue Jamnia and Azotus before he could finally declare the coastal territories pacified. By this time, nearly half of Judea had fallen under Roman control. The remaining Jewish resistance was confined to the heartlands, Judea itself, Perea and Idumea, now surrounded by Roman legions pressing in from the north and west. The rebellion was cornered, and the last act of the war was about to begin. The stage was set for the final and most brutal confrontation, the siege of Jerusalem. When John entered Jerusalem, he was greeted by anxious crowds eager to hear what had happened in Galilee. The rebels claimed they had not been defeated by the Romans, insisting instead that they had chosen to preserve their strength for the defense of the holy city. They argued that fighting for Gishala would have been reckless when Jerusalem, the heart of their nation, needed protection. Yet when reports of massacres and destruction reached the people, fear quickly replaced confidence, and talk of the Romans advancing upon the capital spread throughout the city. John began to stir up unrest, telling the people that the Romans were not as powerful as they appeared, and that the walls of Jerusalem would hold firm where Galilee had fallen. His fiery speeches inspired many of the city's young men to take up arms, believing that victory against Rome was still possible. But not everyone shared this enthusiasm. Many citizens recognized the danger of an open confrontation with the empire and urged peace. Soon, Jerusalem was divided into factions, one calling for resistance, the other pleading for reconciliation. This division was not limited to the city. Across Judea, internal strife spread like wildfire. Armed groups roamed the countryside, plundering villages and attacking their own countrymen. In time, their violence became indistinguishable from that of the Roman invaders. These factions eventually made their way to Jerusalem, seeking refuge within its walls. Religious law forbade the exclusion of fellow Jews, so the gates were opened to them. But food was scarce, and the influx of fighters and their families worsened the city's condition. the newcomers soon turned to robbery and murder, targeting the wealthy and powerful. Their leader, Eleazar ben Simon, who had already fortified himself on the Temple Mount, took advantage of the growing anger toward the city's aristocracy. With the arrival of John and his Galilean fighters, the radicals grew bolder. They ousted the current high priest, Matthias ben Theophilos, and replaced him using what they called an ancient custom: selection by lot. The man chosen, Phanny, son of Samuel, was a simple villager unfamiliar with the sacred duties of his new office. The rebels mocked the ceremony, dressing him in priestly robes, while the legitimate priests looked on in sorrow, lamenting the desecration of their faith. The chaos only deepened. The rebels began imprisoning or killing members of noble families, accusing them of collaboration with Rome. Antipas, a royal official, and other distinguished men were executed under false pretenses. Panic swept through the city. Leaders such as Gorion ben Joseph, Simeon ben Gamaliel, and the high priests Jesus ben Gamlas and Ananus ben Ananus urged the council to take action. Ananus, the senior priest, finally organized an uprising to drive the zealots from the temple. The zealots fortified themselves within the sanctuary, while Ananus gathered forces from the city's elite youth to confront them. Fierce fighting broke out across Jerusalem, in the streets, the valleys, and around the temple. Stones and arrows filled the air, and soon the combat turned to brutal hand-to-hand fighting. Many were slain before the zealots retreated into the inner courts of the temple, barricading themselves behind its gates. Ananus's men surrounded them, but refrained from storming the sacred area, instead posting thousands of guards around the temple to contain them. Amid the chaos, other militias in the city stood aside, waiting to see which faction would prevail. Sensing an opportunity, Ananus secretly sent a message to Vespasian, inviting him to intervene and restore order. In his address to the people, he lamented that Romans, for all their cruelty, had shown more respect for Jewish law than the rebels who defiled their own holy places. The moderate leaders, Ananus, Josephus, and others, still hoped to secure peace and restore some form of royal authority under Rome, perhaps through a client ruler like Herod Agrippa. But the internal collapse of Jerusalem made that dream impossible. The city's leadership was paralyzed, its factions consumed by mistrust. Josephus later blamed John of Gishalah for the downfall of Ananus's party, accusing him of playing both sides, pretending loyalty to the priestly leaders by day, only to sneak away at night to the zealots' camp and report their every move. His deceit, disguised as devotion, spread suspicion and paranoia, further deepening the rift that would soon destroy Jerusalem from within. John swore an oath of loyalty to Ananus and the people, promising that he would not betray their plans. Trusting him completely, Ananus welcomed him without suspicion and even appointed him as an intermediary to negotiate peace with the zealots, hoping to preserve the sanctity of the temple. Yet John, acting as a double agent, warned the zealots that Ananus and his council were plotting to hand Jerusalem over to the Romans. He claimed that a delegation had already been sent to Vespasian to invite him into the city, stirring fear and anger among his listeners. Pretending concern for their safety, John urged the zealots to seek allies beyond the city walls, particularly the Idumeans. The zealot leaders Eleazar ben Gion and Zacharias, both priests by birth, accepted John's deceitful proposal. They sent a letter to the Idumeans, warning them that Ananus was planning to betray Jerusalem to the Romans. The Idumeans responded at once, sending a formidable army of about 20,000 men, led by 4 generals: John, James ben Sosas, Simon ben Theseus, and Phineas ben Cluseth. When they reached Jerusalem, Ananus ordered the city gates closed and posted guards along the walls. He tried to reason with them, sending Jesus, his second in command, to speak from a nearby tower, but the Idumeans refused to disarm or turn against their zealot allies. Denied entry, they were forced to camp outside the walls, enduring a violent storm through the night with only their shields for shelter. Josephus later described the storm as an ominous sign from heaven, interpreting it as divine warning of great calamity to come. Many in the city shared this belief, convinced that God was angered by the Idumeans' decision to take up arms against his holy city. But the storm also weakened Jerusalem's defenders. Many of the guards along the walls abandoned their posts to seek shelter, leaving portions of the city exposed. Seizing the opportunity, a group of zealots crossed the temple courts, broke through the gates, and reached the walls near the Idumean camp. Mistaking them at first for enemy troops, the Idumeans soon realized the truth and rushed into the city through the opened gates. Once inside, they immediately freed the zealots imprisoned by Ananus's men and stormed the temple complex. In the chaos that followed, thousands were slaughtered, though Josephus's estimate of 8,500 dead is likely exaggerated. The Idumeans and zealots then spread through the city, looting homes and killing anyone they suspected of loyalty to the old leadership. Their primary targets were the high priests and aristocrats. Ananus himself was among the first to die, along with his ally Jesus ben Gamaliel. The aristocratic government of Jerusalem collapsed in a single night. Those nobles who survived were thrown into prison, and the zealots held sham trials to justify their violence. In one infamous case, the wealthy Zechariah ben Baruch was accused of treason before a council of 70. Though found innocent, he was murdered on the spot by zealot assassins as they mocked the verdict, declaring that their blade delivered the true judgment. Still, despite Josephus's grim portrayal, the number of executions was likely limited to a few hundred rather than thousands. With the aristocracy destroyed, the zealots consolidated their power. Across Judea, chaos spread. Villages that had once been peaceful erupted into violence as armed bands roamed freely, looting and terrorizing the countryside. What had begun as a war of liberation was now turning into lawless anarchy. Josephus described how these local militias began to organize themselves into semi-military groups, operating in every region and claiming to fight for the revolution. In the southern desert, one group seized the fortress of Masada, an old stronghold built by Herod the Great as both a palace and a refuge against revolt. Perched high above the Dead Sea, surrounded by massive walls and stocked with cisterns and storerooms, Masada was virtually impregnable. The rebels who occupied it were known as the Sicarii, dagger men, for the short blades they used to assassinate enemies. For a time, they confined their raids to nearby settlements, gathering supplies and new recruits. When news of the chaos in Jerusalem reached them, they began to attack nearby villages such as En-Gedi, killing defenders and looting provisions. Although Josephus depicts them as violent criminals, their actions were likely aimed at seizing the lands and resources of the aristocrats rather than terrorizing fellow Jews. The countryside was now engulfed in open rebellion. Peasant militias and radical religious sects fortified caves and strongholds across Judea, Masada, Herodium, and Machaerus among them, transforming them into centers of resistance. These movements drew strength from apocalyptic beliefs, seeing the war as part of a divine struggle between good and evil. Power in Jerusalem now rested in the hands of three men: Eleazar the Zealot, John of Gischala, and Simon the Idumean. The Zealots, though deeply committed, were few, around 2,400 in number, some of them priests. John commanded the largest following, about 6,000 men from Galilee and newly arrived fighters from other militias. For a time, he was the dominant figure in the city, but ambition soon divided the revolutionaries. John's lust for power alienated many, and factions began to form within his own ranks. Rivalries among the rebel leaders grew sharper, each group looting and extorting the population under the guise of defending the faith. The Idumeans, initially summoned as allies, remained a formidable presence, numbering around 5,000 men led by Jacob ben Sosas and Simon ben Cathas. By the year 70, Jerusalem was a city torn apart by internal war, its defenders turning their swords not against Rome, but against each other, even as the legions of Vespasian and Titus closed in for the final siege. In the villages of Idumea and southern Judea, a fresh wave of rebellion was gathering strength under the leadership of Simon ben Giora. Unlike Eleazar, who led a religious sect expecting divine deliverance, Simon represented a social revolution, a movement driven by the will of the common people and fueled by the hope of freedom for the oppressed. Josephus describes Simon as a young and intelligent leader, charismatic and commanding deep respect from his followers. Originally from the region of Acrabatene in northeastern Judea, Simon had first risen to prominence during the early stages of the revolt. In the year 66, he fought in the campaign against the Roman governor Cestius Gallus, but despite his courage, the ruling government in Jerusalem, led by Ananus, mistrusted him. Considered too independent and radical, he was expelled from his home region and sought refuge in Idumea. There, Simon began to gather exiles, outlaws, and refugees, forming an army that would soon grow into one of the most formidable forces in Judea. Although he briefly allied himself with the Zealots stationed at Masada, he preferred to build his own movement based on peasant resistance and the promise of liberation. The downfall of Ananus's government in Jerusalem opened the way for Simon's rise. As the Romans temporarily withdrew from the region in 68, he reclaimed the territory of his earlier command and successfully defended it against Zealot incursions. He then turned his attention to Idumea, where he faced local resistance, but eventually prevailed through betrayal. According to Josephus, an Idumean officer named James secretly defected to Simon, promising to deliver key fortresses in exchange for political favor. With this act of treachery, Idumea fell into Simon's hands, and his army swelled with new recruits from among both peasants and defectors from rival factions. At his newly fortified base in Nain, Simon established what was effectively an independent revolutionary state. He declared the emancipation of slaves, the cancellation of debts, and the redistribution of land, policies that echoed the ancient Jewish Jubilee. These reforms made him immensely popular among the lower classes and gave his movement the character of a genuine peasant uprising. By Josephus's estimation, Simon commanded between 20,000 and 40,000 men and built a network of fortresses and supply depots, showing that his movement was highly organized and militarily capable. In the spring of 69, Simon advanced toward Jerusalem. By that time, John of Gischala and the Zealots had entrenched themselves within the city and ruled through intimidation. Simon's forces clashed with them outside the walls, defeating the Zealot army and driving them back into Jerusalem. During the chaos, The Zealots captured Simon's wife, but his threat of brutal retaliation compelled them to return her unharmed. While Simon was consolidating his strength near the capital, he faced renewed opposition in Idumea, where conservative landowners attempted to resist his reforms. The ensuing battles were intense, but betrayal within their ranks doomed the Idumean defenders, allowing Simon to crush the resistance and secure control over the south. Now the most powerful leader in Judea, Simon marched on Jerusalem. Inside the city, political instability reigned. The Idumean militia stationed there had turned against the radicals and allied themselves with the surviving priestly elite, launching attacks on the Zealots and Galilean factions. Fighting raged through the streets until the Zealots were forced to retreat to the temple complex and the royal palace on the Ophel Hill. When Simon's army reached the city, the Idumeans, disillusioned with their previous leaders, opened the gates to him. Once inside, Simon seized control of much of Jerusalem and immediately began driving the Zealots from their strongholds. The internal divisions deepened, creating three rival factions within the city. Eleazar ben Simon and his followers, numbering about 2,400, held the inner temple courts. John of Gishala, commanding around 6,000 men, controlled the outer courts and sections of the lower city. Simon, with approximately 15,000 soldiers, dominated the upper city and most of the remaining districts. Instead of uniting against the Romans, these three forces turned their weapons on one another. As the Roman historian Tacitus later observed, 3 leaders and 3 armies fought for mastery of Jerusalem until the approach of the Romans forced them into uneasy unity. The fighting within the city was catastrophic. Granaries and food stores were destroyed, including massive reserves of grain, an especially devastating loss if, as believed, the year 68 to 69 was a sabbatical year when farming was restricted. By the time the Romans began their siege in 70, famine had already weakened the city's defenders, leaving them desperate and disorganized. Simon's rule over Jerusalem, established in the spring of 69, was marked by his control of the remnants of the ruling class. He appointed officials from among the surviving nobility, such as Ananus ben Bagadatus, who oversaw the execution of Roman sympathizers during the siege. Meanwhile, the fragile alliance between John and Eleazar collapsed. Eleazar, fearing John's growing dominance, sought an agreement with Simon's faction, but before any union could form, John outmaneuvered him. Through deceit, he seized the inner temple, forcing Eleazar and his men to accept his leadership for the remainder of the war. Despite their divisions, the rebels remained confident of victory. The Jewish state continued to function as if permanent independence had been achieved. Coins were minted bearing inscriptions celebrating the freedom of Zion and the holiness of Jerusalem, tangible proof that the rebels believed their cause divinely sanctioned. Religious life within the city continued. The temple services were still performed, and pilgrims came from across Judea, even as Roman forces drew near to celebrate the festivals. Many were trapped when the siege finally began. The Romans, for their part, employed fear as a weapon, devastating surrounding towns to break the will of Jerusalem's defenders. Yet the rebels mistook Rome's hesitation for weakness. After Nero's death, Vespasian's political position had become uncertain, and while he waited to secure imperial power, his legions temporarily halted their advance. To the Jews, this delay seemed like divine favor, a sign that Rome was faltering. But as Josephus later observed, Vespasian's pause was strategic. He intended to let the internal strife within Jerusalem destroy its defenders from within. In the end, the Jewish civil war inside Jerusalem proved far more destructive than any Roman assault. Instead of uniting to defend their city, the rebels wasted their strength in bitter rivalries, leaving the capital weakened and divided. As chaos consumed Judea, the wider Roman world was also in turmoil. The year 69 saw uprisings across the empire, from Pontus and Britain to the Rhine, while civil war raged in Rome itself. Amid this storm, the fate of Jerusalem hung in the balance, awaiting the inevitable return of the Roman legions that would end the rebellion once and for all. AD 69 was a convulsive year for Rome, and that turmoil is the main reason the Judean campaign paused. By early 68, the siege of Jerusalem had seemed close, so Vespasian's decision to pull back toward the coast looked puzzling if judged purely on military grounds. Rebel-held territory had shrunk to a handful of desert fortresses, Machaerus, Masada, and Herodium, that could have been mopped up after the capital fell. The real driver was political. The empire was sliding toward civil war. The crisis had been building since the collapse of Seneca's influence in 62. Forced into retirement and stripped of wealth, the philosopher-statesman died by his own hand after the Piso conspiracy unraveled in 65. Nero then ruled with a tight inner circle, his wife Poppaea Sabina and the Praetorian prefect Tigellinus, while his spending and paranoia rattled Rome's elite. Confiscations, prosecutions, and a climate of denunciation fueled fear, and the treasury was drained to indulge the emperor's extravagance. Unrest flickered across the provinces through the 60s, with the Jewish revolt the most alarming. On the Rhine, auxiliary troops mutinied and teamed up with Gallic leaders and Druids, briefly sketching the outline of a breakaway Gallic realm. At home, the failed plot of 65 unleashed a wave of forced suicides among senators, officers, and intellectuals. Then came a fatal misstep. Nero executed 3 of Rome's most respected commanders, Rufus, Proculus, and Corbulo, convincing many in the ruling class that no one was safe. In 68, events raced ahead. Summoned back from Greece by his freedman Helios, who sensed trouble, Nero returned to face a revolt led by Julius Vindex, governor of Lugdunensis. Vindex denounced Nero and courted Servius Sulpicius Galba, the seasoned governor of Hispania, to front a movement that mixed high politics with local grievances. Nero counted on the Rhine legions under Virginius Rufus and Fonteius Capito, while Galba had only a single legion and needed allies. Vindex forced the issue by hailing Galba as emperor. Galba accepted and soon drew support from neighboring Spanish governors, including Otho, Poppaea's former husband. Nero's position weakened, but Vindex was defeated when negotiations with Rufus collapsed into battle. Vindex took his own life, and Galba seemed finished, until Rome itself turned. Grain prices spiked, confidence evaporated, and the Praetorian prefect Sabinus judged that Nero was doomed. He bought the guards' loyalty for Galba. The Senate declared Nero an enemy, and the court scattered. Nero fled the city with a handful of companions and ended his life outside Rome. With Nero gone, Galba entered the city in strength, but his harsh discipline, purges, and tin-eared politics quickly burned through goodwill. Galba shifted provincial commands, sending Vitellius to Lower Germany and Flaccus to Upper Germany, left much of Nero's apparatus intact, and slighted former backers. He crushed a legion of fleet recruits that Nero had raised, then decimated them, and failed to reward Otho or Cassina. Power clustered around 3 court figures, Vinius, Laco, and Aetzelus, alienating many others. On the first day of 69, the German legions refused the traditional oath and proclaimed Vitellius. In Rome, the Praetorians were already restive as Otho courted them with cash. Galba tried to steady things by adopting the young noble Piso Licinianus as heir, but he refused the donative the troops expected. Discontent boiled over. On the 15th of January, Otho launched a coup. Galba's side could not muster enough men. Rumors of Otho's death briefly buoyed them, but the guard arrived in force and cut Galba down in the Forum. The new ruler moved quickly to consolidate. He wrapped himself in Nero's lingering popularity among the urban masses, flirted with styling himself Nero Otho, restored statues and portraits, brought back Nero's freedmen and procurators, and resumed work on the Golden House. He amnestied many of Galba's supporters, even rewarding men who had opposed him, and placed potential rivals in posts that would tie them to his regime, including naming Vespasian's brother Sabinus as city prefect and advancing Virginius Rufus for the consulship. He also ordered confiscated properties returned to those ruined under Nero, despite the strained finances. None of this reconciled the Rhine armies. Vitellius still had the weight of Germany behind him, so Otho had to prepare for war even as he shored up Italy and the capital. With the empire tearing itself apart, Vespasian held his legions in Judea, waiting to see who would rule in Rome and when to strike Jerusalem for maximum advantage. Otho managed to assemble a sizable force in Italy, and had the Danubian legions reached him in time, they might have swung the war his way. On New Year's Day, the troops of Lower Germany refused their loyalty to Galba, yet stopped short of proclaiming Vitellius. The next day, Fabius Valens hailed Vitellius as emperor, and by the 3rd, the legions of Upper Germany had mutinied as well. Vitellius began organizing in earnest. His generals, Caecina and Volans, pushed into Italy in 2 separate columns. After mixed results, they delivered a decisive victory at Bedriacum. Seeing more bloodshed ahead, Otho ended the crisis himself by taking his own life after a reign of barely 3 months. Even hostile writers admitted the manner of his death stunned the army, and some soldiers reportedly killed themselves at his pyre, calling him the bravest and best of rulers. Vitellius's slow advance from Germany bled communities along the way. He entered major towns as if in triumph, crossed rivers on garlanded barges, and demanded lavish fare at every stop. Ancient historians also jabbed at his gluttony. Once in Italy, discipline frayed. His men brawled with locals, freed slaves at whim, beat and even murdered those who objected. When he toured a battlefield strewn with Roman dead, he quipped that the corpse of a fellow citizen smelled worse than an enemy's, then took a long drink and passed the cup. The elite greeted his approach uneasily. Otho had tried to reconcile factions. Vitellius's lieutenants had used terror, and he had not reined them in. With Otho gone, there was no obvious rival to rally behind, so Sabinus administered the oath in Rome, and the eastern armies followed. Vitellius hesitated to adopt the titles Caesar and Augustus, though he took on their powers. He replaced palace freedmen with equestrians to appease the aristocracy. He courted Nero's admirers with public rites and extravagant shows, even pressing Nero's former favorite, Sporus, toward a humiliating performance that Sporus avoided by ending his life. His real weakness was military. He had not crushed Otho decisively, the eastern legions were uneasy, and his purge of Otho's Praetorians and the executions of Danubian centurions alienated more officers and men. To feel secure, he kept a heavy garrison in Rome, many of them Germans. At the same time, a Batavian revolt under Julius Civilis flared, blocking reinforcements from the Rhine. The east then moved. On the 1st of July, the Egyptian prefect Julius Tiberius Alexander swore his troops to Vespasian. Judea and Syria quickly followed. The Flavian plan took shape. Mucianus marched west with Syrian forces, while Vespasian went to secure Alexandria and the grain supply. Before Mucianus could arrive, the Danubian legions under Antonius Primus crossed into Italy on their own initiative. Caecina defected to the Flavians, but failed to bring his army with him. The rival camps met near Cremona and fought through the night. Vitellius's lines broke, their camp fell, and Cremona was sacked. Primus dragged his looting soldiers away and drove on Rome. Skirmishes followed, but the Flavian advantage grew and defections multiplied. In Rome, Vitellius opened talks with Sabinus, Vespasian's brother, and briefly abdicated, walking into the Forum as a private man. Momentum shifted again. His supporters dragged him back to the palace, and the Flavian party seized the Capitoline. Fighting there burned down the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, the city's holiest shrine. Sabinus was captured and executed, while Domitian escaped in disguise and hid with a family friend. The Flavian legions forced their way into the capital. Vitellian troops fought street by street, but the Praetorian camp fell. Vitellius fled and was found and killed after being paraded past toppled statues and the site where Galba had died. His final retort to an officer who mocked him was a reminder that he had been their emperor. Then he was cut down, and his body abused by the same crowd that had once flattered him. Vitellius had inspired fierce loyalty among the German legions, and, to a degree, among the urban masses. But like Galba and Otho, he never resolved Rome's deeper fractures or secured broad military legitimacy. Vespasian stood in a different position. With the Eastern legions united behind him, the Rhine tied down by revolt, and able lieutenants in Titus and Mucianus, plus experienced commanders who had served Otho, his path to power was clear. When Nero died and Galba took power, Vespasian had sent Titus with King Agrippa to pay respects and receive fresh orders for the Judean war. News of Galba's murder turned them back to Caesarea, where Vespasian and his generals waited to see who would prevail. After Vitellius triumphed, rumors spread that he planned to swap eastern and western legions, shunting the comfortable eastern troops to the cold Rhine forts. Whether true or not, the talk hardened the East against him and set the stage for the Flavian move that would end the chaos in Rome, and, soon after, bring the siege of Jerusalem back to the top of the agenda. Josephus paints a clear picture of the talk running through Vespasian's camp. Around campfires and in mess tents, officers and rank and file alike grumbled that pampered troops in the capital were picking emperors for profit, while the men who actually fought Rome's wars were surrendering their rights. They argued that their own commander was far more deserving than Vitellius, and that no one had earned the purple more than Vespasian. He also suggests Vespasian did not leap at the chance. The general valued the safety of private life and knew how perilous the throne could be. But his officers pressed harder, and the soldiers made it plain, swords in hand, that refusal was not an option. After setting out his reasons for declining and failing to sway them, he accepted their acclamation. Momentum in the east made a takeover unavoidable. The Egyptian prefect, Tiberius Julius Alexander, declared for Vespasian, delivering both the Nile garrison and control of the grain lifeline to Rome. Support soon followed from Mucianus, governor of Syria, and from the Danubian legions whose rising was led by Antonius Primus, with the eastern provinces and the Balkans behind him. Two of the empire's three great military blocs, Vespasian now held the advantage. Rather than march straight west, he moved first to Antioch to stabilize Syria, then shifted his headquarters to Alexandria and shut off Rome's grain. He dispatched Mucianus with roughly 20,000 men to Asia to rally further backing. It was a risky play that could have given Vitellius time to recover, but Primus cut the knot, drove his Danubian troops across the Alps into the Po Valley, and struck before the enemy regrouped. At Cremona, for the second time that year, the Flavian side prevailed. With Vitellius overthrown, senior officers set up a provisional administration in Rome under Vespasian's younger son, Domitian. The empire now had a new ruler, exactly as Josephus had foretold. Word of the victory reached Vespasian and Titus only at year's end. Vespasian remained in Alexandria through the early months of 70, and then sailed for Rome. Before departing, he handed command in Judea to Titus, with explicit orders to take Jerusalem and end the war by summer. Titus now led the largest field army in the Roman world, and the stability of the Flavian regime depended on a swift, emphatic success. His drive during the siege of Jerusalem, his urgency, and his willingness to accept losses to break the city grew out of that political necessity. Without the need to legitimize a new dynasty, Roman operations in Judea might have dragged on as sluggishly as the campaigns against Civilis on the Rhine. The stage was set. The final struggle for Jerusalem was about to begin, and for many Jews it felt like the long-expected end of days was arriving in fire and blood. Before any assault on Jerusalem, Rome first had to strip Simon, son of Giora, of the ground he held in the northeast of Judea and across Idumea, then post garrisons there. Once that belt was secured, only 3 royal fortresses, Herodium, Masada, and Machaerus, remained, along with a few cave hideouts above the Dead Sea. Vespasian judged these last pockets militarily negligible and left them for later. Operations paused in early July of 69 when the Eastern legions hailed Vespasian as emperor. He and Titus convened a war council at Berytus, where Josephus was finally taken out of irons as a reward for the prophecy the Flavians believed he had fulfilled, and enrolled as a useful advisor and go-between. Father and son then moved to Egypt to lock down the grain supply. Only in the spring of 70 did the Judean campaign restart. Vespasian transferred command in the province to Titus and sailed for Rome to claim the throne that now seemed within reach. In early spring, Titus marched out from the Nile Delta along the North Sinai and up the coast past Gaza, Ascalon, Jamnia, and Joppa, concentrating the army at Caesarea before turning inland. 4 legions formed the corps: V. Macedonica, Ex Fretensis, 15th Apollinaris, and the 12th Fulminata brought down from Syria, augmented by 2,000 men from the Egyptian 3rd Cyrenaica and 22nd Deioteriana. The auxiliary formations remained as the field, and the client kings swelled the total. Agrippa and Sohaemus led their own contingents in person. Contemporary writers add that Arab levies joined out of long-standing hostility to their neighbors, and a sprinkling of Roman and Italian fortune-seekers tagged along to win. Tiberius Julius Alexander, the Egyptian prefect who had first declared for Vespasian, now served on Titus's staff, as did the new procurator of Judea, Mu Antonius Julianus. Josephus marched with them as cultural advisor, interpreter, and envoy. He records the April advance in classic Roman order: royal and allied troops out front, road clearers and camp builders next, the officers' baggage, then the commander with his picked guard and the legionary cavalry. Behind them, the siege engines, staff officers with escorts, and the eagles with their standards and trumpeters. A dense column of legionaries, 6 abreast, the legion's servants and baggage, and finally the mercenaries with a rear guard to keep them in line. 2 legions lagged a few miles to the rear near the village of Gabath Saul. Because supply in the hill country was vulnerable to ambush, Titus sent the V toward Emmaus and the X toward Jericho to secure approaches. At dawn, on the 23rd of April, a strong cavalry screen, over 500 riders led by Titus himself, appeared on the ridges north of Jerusalem to reconnoiter. Jerusalem's site had been a fortress since the days of David. By the 1st century, it sprawled across 2 spurs. To the east rose Temple Mount with the Ophel just south of it, and the Antonia fortress locking onto the northwest corner of the enclosure. The western spur was broader, higher, and ran out to Mount Zion. There, during Hasmonean and Herodian times, the elite upper city had grown up, with Herod's palace anchoring the northwest. Between the ridges lay the Tyropoeon Valley, while deep ravines, Hinnom to west and south, Kidron to the east, guarded 3 sides. An older circuit, the first wall, wrapped the upper and lower cities, but expansions to the south and north had added 2 more rings. The second wall ran roughly from the Antonia westward to the Geneth Gate near the palace. Farther out, the third wall enclosed the new city on Bezetha Hill. Agrippa the Throne had begun that northern rampart with massive ashlars, then halted the job under Roman pressure. The rebels later finished and heightened it to about 9 meters at the parapet and studded it with projecting square towers. From the northern heights, Titus could take in the whole defensive system. He posted Ex Fretensis on the Mount of Olives to command the eastern approaches and camped the other 3 legions on Mount Scopus. Then, riding down from Scopus toward the main gate in the third wall, he swung right toward the Cephanus Tower at the northwest corner. It was an audacious move. He had little immediate support. The ground broke steeply in places, and gardens, ditches, low walls, and olive groves made poor going for horses. The Roman approach finally welded the rebel factions into a single war effort. The terrain and city fabric favored them. Narrow lanes, blind alleys, and a honeycomb of water and sewer tunnels let fighters appear and vanish at will. They organized into nimble bands of a few hundred, unburdened by heavy armor, and hit hard with slings, javelins, and stones, switching to swords, daggers, and spears once the fight closed. For such ground, theirs was the better style of war. Soon after Titus left the road, a small Jewish detachment rushed him and sliced his column in 2. The troops still on the roadway bolted, which left Titus and the forward party stranded among orchards and garden walls. Under a storm of missiles, he hacked a path out, remarkably without a scratch. Josephus notes that Titus had ridden out to scout rather than to fight, and wore neither helmet nor cuirass. Buoyed by this opening success, the defenders took heart and began to believe fortune was on their side. By the following day, the rest of the army had closed up, and work began at once on 3 fortified camps. The 12th and 15th legions set theirs on Mount Scopus, northeast of the city. A little to the rear, the 5th established another base. Across the Kidron on the far slope, the 10th entrenched on the Mount of Olives. From the walls, Jewish commanders could watch the layout take shape. Simon, son of Giora, who held the third wall, had launched the first blow. Now, as the Romans dug and palisaded, the factions inside Jerusalem set their quarrels aside to strike a combined blow at the 10th. The sortie burst from the eastern and southern gates, swept across the Kidron, stormed the lower slopes of the Mount of Olives, and crashed into legionaries still spading trenches and pitching tents. The surprise shattered the work parties. Some Romans dropped tools and ran, Others scrambled for weapons and fell before they could form ranks. Reinforcements poured out of the gates, and, with momentum behind them, looked more numerous than they were. Soldiers trained for ordered formations often falter when ambushed by loose, fast-moving fighters. The Romans broke, and the camp was briefly lost. Titus hauled in men from Scopus, steadied the line, and drove the attackers back into the valley. The rebels reformed against the western bank under the cover of their walls, where a Roman uphill charge would be punished by missiles from above. The two sides glared at each other until midday. Then Titus thinned his front to send details back up the ridge to resume the earthworks. Lookouts on the ramparts flashed signals. A fresh wave surged from the gates and clambered up the slope. The Romans on the ridge panicked and ran. Camp laborers followed at the first sight of the oncoming mass. With only a handful around him, Titus was in real danger. Officers on the crest rallied cohorts for a counterstroke, pounded downhill, and again forced the rebels across the stream. This time Titus kept a solid screen in place while the engineers returned to work, and from then on, strong pickets of horse and foot guarded every shovel and stake. During the lull, the old feuds inside the city flared. It was the feast of unleavened bread. Eleazar ordered the gates opened to worshippers. John used the moment. His men hid weapons under plain garments and slipped in among the pilgrims. Once inside, they cast off their cloaks and seized positions. Panic gripped the courts as visitors fled for cover, and the zealots, unwilling to grapple at that instant, slipped into the vaults. Private grudges erupted under the smoke of faction labels, and enemies settled scores under the pretense of politics. John broke Eleazar's power and forced a bargain. Eleazar submitted to John's leadership against the two external foes, Rome and Simon. 3 rival camps had become 2. For the Romans, the ground itself was the next enemy. Between the camps and the walls, hedges, trees, fences, and field walls had to go. Ditches had to be filled, boulders prized out, and slopes smoothed to rob the defenders of cover and springboard for sudden rushes. The defenders tried a new trick along the northern face of the third wall. A knot of men huddled at the base, feigning terror. Voices on the parapets called for peace and promised to open the gates, while pelting the group below with stones to sell the illusion of a purge. Hidden just behind the curtain of masonry stood a strike party, waiting to hit any Romans who took the bait. Titus suspected a trap, but many of his soldiers did not. They dashed for the gate, and were met by a storm of missiles from front and crown, then by a sudden flanking charge from the hidden force. After brutal wrestling at close quarters, the Romans broke away and fell back to their lines. Titus rebuked them for abandoning formation without orders. Once again, he had to reckon with the defenders' craft and agility. With the approaches cleared and negotiations going nowhere, the reality hardened. A direct blow at the first wall from the ravines of the Kidron or Hinnom was impossible. The north was the only feasible front, where the ground lay more even. The third wall was stout along most of its length, yet the new northern quarter had weak spots. Titus prepared to drive at the second and third walls from that side, raising ramps and bringing up the rams, determined to finish quickly for the sake of the new regime in Rome. Josephus went out again and again to plead for surrender, and was showered with curses and stones. Inside the city, confidence and desperation mingled. Outside it, the siege engines creaked forward. Titus identified a vulnerable stretch of the northern defenses near the Cephanus Tower and the western gate, then shifted his dispositions. The 10th Legion stayed on the Mount of Olives, while the other legions moved to 2 fresh camps roughly a quarter-mile from the walls, the 5th facing the western gate and the 12th and 15th opposite Cephanus. To bring up the baggage in safety, he threw a protective line of troops across the northwest approaches to smother hit-and-run raids from the city. Immediately afterward, the army set to work on 3 earthen and timber ramparts. Screened by wicker mantelets, with archers and artillery pushing close to suppress the parapets, the ramps climbed steadily despite a few sharp sallies from Simon, son of Giora's fighters. Once the distance closed, Titus ordered the engines forward. The heavy rams rumbled up the new roadways under a hail of covering fire, and at his signal, the pounding began. The crash of wood on stone rolled along the northern front, and the shock echoed through the city. The factions inside scrambled to the same battlements and hurled missiles in concert. The fiercest defenders clambered onto the ram roofs, tore at the mantlets, and showered the crews with stones and darts. Firebrands arced down toward the machines. When a lull fell, a strike force burst from the western gate and hit the works from an unexpected angle, driving deep among the engines with torches. Some legionaries stood firm. Titus spurred in with cavalry, slammed the sortie back to the gate, and prevented serious damage. A handful of rebels fell, and 1 prisoner was taken. Titus crucified him before the walls as a warning. Soon after, an Idumean commander named John, speaking casually in the ranks, was picked off by an Arab archer, a loss that shook the defenders. A week of hammering told. Towering, ironclad siege turrets rose more than 20 meters high on each ramp, too massive to tip and armored against flame. The largest ram, nicknamed Victor, finally cracked the 3rd wall on 7th May. The garrison fell back to the 2nd wall. Roman cohorts surged through the breach, opened the gates, leveled a section of the outer curtain, and occupied the new city's northwest quarter, where they raised a new camp in the area known as the Camp of the Assyrians. Titus pressed on. Within 4 days, a 2nd ram knocked out the middle tower of the 2nd wall's north face and opened a path for more than 1,000 legionaries to push into the suburb. He cautioned his men against plundering and once more held out terms. Then he left a small force to hold the captured towers and guard the breach. Hidden fighters slipped out from nearby gates, seeped through alleys, and encircled the outpost. Missiles rained from roofs and doorways. The Romans locked shields and fought back to the rubble gap, only to be pinned there under a storm of projectiles. The guard on the 2nd wall broke and ran. Rebels swarmed to the breach, which was so narrow that only a few legionaries could squeeze through at a time. An emergency screen of archers laid down covering fire and pulled them out. The defenders reclaimed the wall and barricaded the opening for 3 days. On the 4th, the legions battered their way in again. This time, Titus tore down the entire northern stretch of the 2nd wall and manned the remaining towers with stronger garrisons. Nearly 2 weeks of brutal street-to-wall fighting followed. Titus then called a 4-day pause, hoping the defenders would reconsider. It also happened to be payday. He had the legions formed up in full kit and issued their stipends in the open, a display of mail, standards, caparisoned horses, and polished metal that glittered across the northern plain and sent a deliberate message. Josephus went forward once more to urge surrender, appealing to spare city and sanctuary. He was met with curses and missiles. The line now stabilized. John's coalition with the Zealots held the temple platform and the Antonia to the east. The temple terrace towered roughly 45 meters above the surrounding ground, ringed by a high colonnade with defenders massed along the north and west. The Antonia connected to those porticos by stairways, giving rapid access to the courts below. Simon's army held the first wall from north to the royal palace. At the northwest corner, 3 colossal marble towers rose around 40 meters high, crowned with battlements. The northern front stretched about 1,200 meters and was packed so thickly that roughly 20 men stood for every meter. Confidence among the defenders was high. Titus aimed at the hinge of the whole position, the Antonia. He split his forces, sending the 5th and 12th against the fortress, while the 10th and 15th drove on the first wall. New ramps went up in pairs against the Antonia, spaced close together and in broader fronts against the city curtain. Despite continuous harassment from the parapets, the work reached completion by 29th May. The rebels had prepared a counterstroke. John's men tunneled from chambers beneath the temple pavement, drove a gallery under the Roman approach, and propped it with timbers. When the rams nosed into place, they fired the pit with pitch and bitumen. The supports burned through, the gallery roof collapsed, and the Roman embankment sagged and then thundered down. Smoke and dust spouted from the crater before flames burst clear. The legions reeled at the loss, so near to what had looked like the final push. 3 days later, Simon answered in kind on the Western Front. He sent out a trio of daredevils, Tephthaeus of Galilee, Megacerus, once a royal retainer, and Seageras of Adiabene, lame but fearless. They sprinted straight through the Roman screens as if racing to friends rather than into an army, reached the engines, and set them ablaze while taking blows from every side. Reinforcements poured in on both sides. The fires took hold and roared through the rams and the timbered roadways. Flushed with success, the rebels surged beyond the gates and pressed the legions through the northern streets toward their camp. The camp guard, under orders to hold at any cost, dragged bolt throwers onto the ramparts and blasted the attackers to a halt. Titus arrived, swung a counterattack onto the rebel right, and stemmed the rout. Choked by dust and heat, the defenders finally withdrew behind the first wall. In 2 days, they had undone work that had taken the Romans more than 2 weeks to build. The Roman setback shook morale. They had already stripped the hills bare of timber, and even if new wood could be hauled in for more ramps, nothing guaranteed the rebels would not burn them again. Titus gathered his commanders. A headlong assault by the whole army was urged by some, a starvation blockade by others. Neither plan was practical in full. The only workable path was to rebuild the works and choke the city with pressure and fear. Titus ordered a continuous ring of fortifications thrown around Jerusalem. The line ran nearly 5 miles, about 8 kilometers, starting and ending on Bezetha. Josephus claims it rose in 3 days and was anchored by 13 strong points, likely held by allied auxiliaries. The cordon bit immediately. Pilgrims who had come for unleavened bread had already swollen the population, perhaps to 250,000. All of them needed food. Supplies could come from the temple storehouses, set aside for tithes and first fruits, from rebel grain reserves laid in before the siege, from private stocks held by wealthy families and merchants, by smuggling through the lines, and by short-range foraging outside the walls. The Romans now set out to strangle foraging and smuggling, and to force the defenders to burn through whatever lay inside. The seal was not perfect. Aristocratic families slipped out and were received in the Roman camp as future allies. Ordinary fugitives fared far worse. Many who were caught were tortured or crucified in view of the walls, a sickening forest of crosses meant to break the city's will. Hunger took hold. Josephus tells a ghastly tale of a mother who cooked her infant and shared it with a foraging party. Whether or not every detail is true, the famine produced horrors. At first, the authorities paid to bury the dead. As bodies multiplied and strength failed, corpses were tipped over the walls or dumped at the gates, feeding disease that spread through the quarters faster than any fire. Starvation and plague fueled fresh quarrels and desertions. Simon responded with terror to halt defections. He arrested the high priest Matthias, the same man who had first welcomed him into the city, along with Matthias's 3 sons. All 4 were executed, and the bodies denied burial. 2 more priests, Ananias and Aristeas, and 15 nobles followed them to the scaffold. When an officer of Simon's garrison tried to defect with 10 men, he and his group were put to death as well. The message worked. The peace party ceased to matter. For a month, the Romans focused on machines. Titus counted on famine, disease, crucifixions, and relentless summonses to surrender to grind down resistance, while his own troops, well-fed, flaunted their rations to taunt the city. Yet experience told him the final push would be brutal. He poured effort into the Antonia. Crews ranged across Judea, felling every tree within reach, until the landscape looked dead. With fresh timber, the legions raised 4 new platforms in 21 days. When the earthworks stood ready, both armies felt the strain. The rebels knew that if they failed to burn these ramps, the city would likely fall. The Romans feared that if they lost them again, they might never take Jerusalem at all. Timber was scarce, soldiers reeked from unending toil, and confidence sagged after repeated reverses. Worse, the defenders' nerve seemed unbreakable. They had endured factional war, famine, siege, and still came out fighting. Roman officers tightened security on the works and braced for the next exchange. 10 weeks had passed since the siege began. Though weakened, the rebels struck first. John's men in the Antonia surged out with torches but wavered and faltered before they reached the ramps, a half-hearted rush that collapsed against a bristling wall of shields. They fell back, and the legions advanced the rams again. Crews hammered all day, prying at the base with crowbars. Only 4 stones shifted under a rain of rocks and firebrands from above. Then the weight and pounding triggered an unseen weakness. The tunnel that John's sappers had driven weeks earlier gave way, and the entire northern face of the Antonia crashed down. Both sides reeled. John had prepared for this moment. Behind the fallen curtain, he had thrown up a rough inner wall with a slope of rubble in front, and the corner towers still commanding the approaches on either flank. A storming attempt would be a bloodbath. Titus called for volunteers and asked for the best men in the army. Only 12 stepped forward. A Syrian named Sabinus led them in a daring dash. They clambered up under a storm of missiles, scattered the first defenders, and actually gained the wall. It was madness. With no support behind them, Sabinus stumbled and went down under a hail of stones. 3 more were beaten to death. The survivors, riddled with wounds, were dragged back from the front by their comrades, leaving the improvised barrier still in rebel hands. 2 days later, in the small hours of July 5th, a hand-picked party slipped forward to try a stealth attack. 20 infantry from the ramp guards, a standard-bearer, a trumpeter, and 2 cavalrymen crept into the shattered shell of Antonia. They found the sentries asleep, cut them down, climbed the walls, and the trumpeter's blast summoned support. Startled awake, the remaining guards scattered towards the temple. Titus arrived with officers and chosen troops to secure the gain. The fugitives had rushed into the temple precincts, so the Romans followed through the passageways John's fighters had used before. John's and Simon's forces linked up and blocked the approaches, and a brutal struggle jammed the tunnel mouths for hours. Roman armor gave them the edge in close combat, but the choke points denied them numbers, while the defenders fed fresh men from the open courts behind. A Bithynian centurion named Julian, famed for his strength, smashed into the line and threw it into momentary confusion. He slipped on the polished paving, his hobnailed boots betraying him, and was mobbed. Helmet and cuirass kept him alive long enough to kill several attackers from the ground, but with no rescue coming, he was finally cut down. The push onto the temple platform had stalled. The detachment fell back, and the fighting paused. Titus ordered the remaining walls of Antonia knocked down to open a broad breach for a full-scale storming of the sanctuary. Josephus went forward yet again as spokesman, calling out in the Jewish tongue that they should spare their city, quench the flames licking at the holy place, and resume the offerings due to God. The crowd heard him in heavy silence. John spat curses and swore he could never be taken, since the city belonged to God. The plea was almost certainly delivered in Aramaic, the language of the streets. On July 17th, the Romans readied a major assault. That day the priests halted the daily sacrifice for lack of lambs, a sign many took as doom drawing near. More high priestly houses and other notable families slipped over to the Romans. The militia contingents remained resolute. Even now, the defenders still counterattacked. On the 9th of August, they rushed out from the eastern gate and slammed into the Roman line. Titus threw in cavalry, and after 3 hours, the rebels fell back to the inner courts. The next day, they struck again against the outer court. Then chance, or one soldier, turned the fight. A Roman hurled a brand through a window of a chamber on the inner court. Fire took hold at once, smoke billowed, and the defenders were split between saving the sacred precinct and beating back the advance. Roman lines surged, forced an entry, and fighting spilled into the temple itself. Josephus later wrote that Titus did not want the sanctuary destroyed and argued against an attack, though he places the general at the heart of the action. Other testimony, likely stemming from Tacitus, has Titus pressing for total destruction so that the faith of Jews and the new Christian sect would be stamped out. Whatever the intent, the flames and steel that followed made argument moot. Some scholars read Josephus's shifting tone as his effort to make sense of Flavian policy, which looked double-edged. The victors appeared determined to erase the temple cult for good, yet at the same time, they proclaimed that Jews could keep their ancestral law. Any trace of hesitation Josephus detected in Titus could be taken to mean the new regime was not uniformly hostile to Jewish tradition. Once fresh fires caught, the legions pressed on, cutting down anyone in their path. John's and Eleazar's fighters hacked their way to the southern gates and escaped across the outer court. Inside the sanctuary, the last defenders fought with whatever lay to hand. Priests ripped the bird spikes from the roof and hurled them at the attackers. Others, convinced all hope was gone, cast themselves into the flames. As the temple burned, the victors looted without restraint and butchered indiscriminately. Age and status made no difference. Children, elders, laypeople, priests, supplicants, and resistors alike were cut down. The siege had turned into a campaign of annihilation. Trapped within roughly 1 square mile, Jerusalem's people endured nearly a month at the mercy of soldiers who observed no limits and showed no mercy. Atrocities fell on fighters and civilians without distinction. Many inside clung to the belief that God would deliver them. A self-styled prophet urged the crowd to gather at the temple, promising a sign of salvation. Unarmed men, women, and children swarmed onto the roof of an outer colonnade. Legionaries saw them, fired the structure below, and the mass perished. Some jumped to their deaths. Others burned where they stood. None survived. The temple's treasure now became spoils. Beyond its sacred role, the complex served as a vault for the wealthy, housed offerings, and the temple tax, and stored tithes and other valuables dedicated by vow. Titus, who had fought at close quarters, was saluted as the standards were carried up. At the eastern gate, the troops sacrificed an ox, a sheep, and a pig, a deliberate affront to Jewish sensibilities, while they chanted the triumphal title for their commander. Resistance was not finished. Simon's forces held firm in the upper city. Survivors from John's ranks joined them. Thousands of fighters still occupied strong positions, above all the royal palace on the highest ridge. Both sides saw value in talking, and envoys met on the bridge that spanned the Tyropoion between the sanctuary's western gate and the gymnasium on the slope of the upper city. Simon and John asked to pass the Roman lines with their families and disappear into the wilderness. Titus refused and offered only slavery or death. From his point of view, freeing them would only reinforce enemies in the south. He needed Jerusalem to capitulate, and the revolt crushed beyond revival. Stung that captives presumed to dictate terms, Titus had a proclamation issued. No more desertions would be received. No terms would be granted. He would show no mercy. From that point, he said, events would be ruled by the laws of war. The next day, the fighting resumed. The Romans burned most of the lower city and cleared it of rebels within 2 days. Simon and John turned the royal palace into a fortress for those still under arms. To send a message, they staged executions. One Roman captive was killed and dragged through the streets. A second, on the brink of beheading, slipped away and reached his own lines, only to be reprimanded for being taken alive. Simon also seized 5 Idumean leaders who had tried to negotiate in secret and had them put to death. The point was clear. There would be no surrender. The struggle would be fought to the end. The palace could not be taken by ladder, so the legions went back to building. On the 20th of August, they began new earthworks in the Hinnom Valley and labored for more than 2 weeks to raise platforms against the western palace wall. Auxiliary troops threw up additional works near the bridge, the gymnasium, and Simon's Tower. Rebel missiles slowed the labor, but hunger was wearing the defenders down and their sorties lost bite. Desertions mounted. A group of aristocrats gave themselves up and were held for shipment to Rome as hostages. Other defectors faced a military inquest. Those deemed respectable were released, which often meant those with money to buy their safety. A former temple treasurer named Jesus smuggled out a cache of sacred valuables and secured his own passage. Most who fled without means were sold. All this complicates Josephus's claim that the war was the project of militant factions alone. Evidence shows many from the ruling class stayed with the cause to the very end. The 2,000 notables freed by the Idumeans in the previous year apparently chose to remain inside the city to support an independent Judea. Nothing physically barred them from leaving during the siege. Josephus's own brother and 50 companions were taken when the city fell, all seemingly men of standing and all actively engaged in the defense. On the 7th of September, the siege platforms against the palace stood ready, and the rams went to work. Parts of the wall crashed down, and legionaries poured through the breaches with little opposition. The rebel chieftains withdrew into the 3 northern towers, but soon abandoned them as well. They scattered in search of a way past the Roman cordon. Some crawled into the sewers. The rebel army dissolved into a stampede of frightened men. The uprising was finished. The sack was about to begin. The Romans, now in full control of the ramparts, planted their standards on the towers and broke into cheers, convinced the hardest part was behind them. The final barrier had fallen with astonishing ease. With no defenders left to meet them, even the victors were momentarily at a loss. What followed was brutal. Columns of soldiers surged into the lanes with drawn swords, cutting down anyone they encountered and setting houses ablaze with those sheltering inside. Bodies piled up in the streets, and blood ran through the alleys as the city was put to the sword. Jerusalem had at last been taken. Titus ordered the defensive works razed, sparing only the towers known as Hippicus, Phazel, and Mariamne, along with a short section on the western side to serve as a stronghold for the occupying force. The 5th, 12th, and 15th legions were reassigned to other eastern posts. The 10th legion, supported by auxiliaries, remained to garrison the city. Archaeology indicates that this unit stayed in Jerusalem into the early 3rd century. Imperial rule now imposed a harsh settlement. The temple would not be rebuilt. The high priesthood and the Sanhedrin were dissolved. The temple levy was redirected to the cult of Jupiter on the Capitoline, which in practice sent the revenue into Rome's coffers. Most Jewish land was claimed as imperial property, reducing many farmers to tenants of the emperor. These measures ensured that, although Jerusalem had fallen, resistance smoldered on among insurgents still operating in the deserts of southern Judea. Before departing Jerusalem for Caesarea, Titus staged a formal victory ceremony inside the Roman camp. He praised the troops, placed gold wreaths on those who had distinguished themselves, and promoted men on the spot. The legions then held their own revels, sacrificing great herds of cattle and sharing out plunder. The hoard was immense, though the choicest pieces were set aside for the triumph in Rome. Josephus also received his reward. As the city was about to fall, Titus told him to take whatever he wished. Rather than seize valuables, Josephus asked for the release of compatriots and was granted it, along with a set of sacred writings. Soon after, he secured freedom for his brother and 50 friends. In Rome, the defeated were exhibited in a lavish triumph that Josephus says he witnessed. John of Gischala and Simon bar Giora marched in chains while towering pageant carts rolled past, stacked with scenes of the war. Fertile fields laid waste, troops cut down, fugitives chased or bound, engines battering colossal walls, strongholds stormed, streets running red, supplicants begging for mercy, temples blazing, houses collapsing, and broad rivers mirrored by a countryside still burning. Treasures from the temple and other precious ornaments were paraded as trophies. 700 exceptionally tall prisoners, dressed in ornate costumes, had been selected months earlier for the spectacle. Others had met swift death. Those branded as terrorists were executed. Many were dispatched to the mines and quarries of Egypt, and large numbers of survivors were sent to die in the arena. John was sentenced to life in prison. Simon tried to escape by tunneling out of the city. When that failed, he emerged amid the ruins wearing a short white tunic and a crimson cloak, hoping to unnerve the Romans. He was seized, chained, and delivered to Titus at Caesarea. In the triumph's final act at the Capitol, Simon was dragged across the forum, scourged until his flesh was torn, and strangled at the public execution site. Crowds roared their approval, sacrifices followed, and the city feasted in celebration of victory. Modern readers often note Josephus's cool tone as he describes the temple's spoils and Rome's pageantry. Rather than lament, he dwells on the artifacts and their new resting place, even recounting how Vespasian later displayed renowned wonders in the Temple of Peace and kept the law and purple hangings in the palace. Some have argued that by dwelling on these objects, Josephus invites his audience to measure the temple's grandeur against Rome's monuments, subtly turning his narrative into a statement with political bite, even after the sanctuary lay in ashes. After Jerusalem's fall, resistance did not vanish. Fighters who slipped the net drifted south and east, where guerrilla bands already operated. One new concentration formed in the so-called Forest of Judea, whose precise location is unknown. 3 desert strongholds also remained in rebel hands: Herodium, Machaerus, and Masada. The Romans set about reducing them methodically, radiating out from Jerusalem. Herodium, a cone-shaped citadel about 10 miles south of the city, was first. Built by Herod with a summit palace, ring wall, and 4 towers, it held ample storerooms and rock-cut cisterns. Yet the defenders yielded quickly, for reasons our sources do not spell out, and the fortress passed to Rome with little effort. Command then fell to Lucilius Bassus, newly appointed governor, a veteran of the civil wars and former prefect of the fleets at Misenum and Ravenna, accompanied by the procurator Liberius Maximus. Bassus crossed the Jordan to besiege Machaerus, a flat-topped height east of the Dead Sea, originally fortified by the Hasmoneans and rebuilt by Herod. Protected by ravines and steep slopes, it was ringed with walls and towers. The Romans raised a ramp on the western approach, while the garrison made daily sorties. In one clash, a young fighter named Eleazar was captured. Bassus threatened to crucify him in full view of the stronghold, beginning with the customary scourging. Hearing his cries and pleas, and his own urging that they spare him and bow to Roman fortune, the defenders' resolve broke. They surrendered on terms of clemency. Once inside, however, the Romans killed the men of fighting age, about 1,700, and sold the women and children. Those who had actually negotiated the surrender were allowed to depart, and Eleazar was set free. Bassus then ringed the forest of Judea with cavalry to seal it, sent infantry to fell the trees, and smashed repeated breakout attempts. After prolonged fighting, the entire rebel force was wiped out at the cost of only 12 legionaries. At this stage, the emperor tightened control over Judea and ordered all Jewish territory brought under imperial authority. He also imposed a poll tax of 2 drachmas on Jews throughout the empire. Before carrying this program to completion, Bassus died unexpectedly, and command passed to Flavius Silva. Only one redoubt still held out: Masada. With the countryside subdued, Silva assembled his forces and marched for the desert fortress. Masada had early defenses attributed to a high priest named Jonathan, though some identify him as the Hasmonean king Alexander Jannaeus, known in Hebrew as Jonathan. Herod later transformed the site with palaces and massive works. Josephus says Herod designed Masada as a refuge against 2 perils: a possible uprising of his own subjects and the ambitions of Cleopatra of Egypt, who repeatedly pressed Mark Antony to remove Herod and hand Judea to her. Herod's showpiece at Masada was no ordinary refuge. He laid out a sumptuous palace on the western slope just below the citadel walls, its high enceinte braced by 4 corner towers. Inside were columned walkways, bath suites, and a warren of richly appointed rooms paved with mosaics. The summit itself was a vast rock table, roughly 600 meters from the north to south, and about half that across at its widest, hemmed in on almost every side by cliffs. To the east, the escarpment plunged hundreds of meters. The only ascent there was a narrow, twisting footpath the ancients nicknamed the Snake. From the west, the vertical rise to the crown was far lower, but again there was only a single approach. Herod had ringed the plateau with a casemate wall more than a kilometer long and about 5 meters high, studded with towers. Arsenals held large stocks of weapons, though Josephus almost certainly exaggerated when he claimed they could arm 10,000. Far more credible are the immense stores of grain and the complex water system. Dams, channels, and a chain of giant cisterns carved into the mountain to trap winter runoff. For any besieger, the logistics were brutal. Desert heat, empty horizons, and long supply lines vulnerable to raiders. Command on the rock fell to Eleazar ben Yair, heir to a militant lineage. His forebears included the Galilean leader Hezekiah, cut down when Herod first rose to prominence, Hezekiah's son Judas, associated with the tax revolt of the year 6, and Judas's son Menahem, a prominent insurgent in the opening phase of the war. Around Eleazar were some 960 followers, whom Josephus variously labels Sicarii and Zealots. In practice, there were factions. The group that had briefly seized positions on Temple Mount in the first year of the revolt and later merged into John of Gishalah's coalition, and the Masada contingent, driven from Jerusalem early on and committed thereafter to rural raids and hit-and-run warfare. They dealt with Simon Bar Giora during his southern campaigns, but refused to be drawn into anything beyond operations around the fortress. Archaeology bears out a picture of families living inside a fighting camp. Many rooms within the casemate wall were subdivided into small domestic units. Ritual baths have been identified, and a synagogue yielded fragments of scripture. Strong signs that the garrison saw itself as a religious political community, not merely a nest of brigands. For Rome, leaving such a symbol intact was unthinkable. A fresh rebellion anywhere in the empire would imperil a dynasty newly come to power. In the winter of 72/73 or 73/74, the governor Flavius Silva marched with a force centered on the 10th Legion, reinforced by auxiliary cohorts, camp followers, and many Jewish slaves pressed into porterage, altogether on the order of 15,000 people. He pacified the region, bottled the rebels up on the height, and set about the siege by the book. 8 permanent camps went up, and a continuous barrier, more than 5 kilometers of wall, encircled the mountain, even skirting sheer precipices. 2 large camps for legionary detachments commanded the main eastern and western approaches. 6 smaller posts for auxiliaries watched the remaining ground, covered likely escape routes, and, from one height, looked down into the stronghold. The camps were laid out with textbook regularity, tent streets for each 80-man century and stone-built cells for each 8-man section. Leather tents stretched above. Along the eastern arc, the blockade wall bristled with towers at short intervals. The message was clear. No one would. Starving the place out was pointless. Masada had food and water to endure for years. The only realistic option was to storm it, and that required a ramp. West of the summit, a natural spur offered the one feasible shelf. Silva's engineers raised it still higher with earth and timber, building a broad fighting platform at the top. Onto this they hauled a massive iron-clad siege tower armed with stone throwers and bolt shooters to clear the parapets, and a heavy ram to break the wall. The defenders were not idle. Large boulders were stockpiled in key chambers along the circuit, and when the outer wall began to give way, they threw up an inner barrier designed to absorb the ram's shock. Long timbers laid in parallel were packed with earth between them and braced with cross beams. To Roman eyes it looked like masonry. In truth, it flexed under impact, deadening the blows. Silva answered with fire. Flights of incendiaries arced onto the timber and earth core. For a moment, a wind shift threatened to turn the blaze back toward the Roman engines. Then the gust swung again. The inner wall kindled, and by evening a broad breach yawned. The night watch was doubled. At dawn, the assault would go in. When the legionaries advanced, silence met them. No rush of defenders, no skirmish at the gap, nothing, until 2 women and 5 children crept out of a water conduit and told their story. According to their account, Eleazar had persuaded his people to deny Rome a victory in chains. They burned their possessions, left the food intact to show they had not yielded to hunger, and agreed on a sequence of deaths by lot. First, husbands killed their own families, then 10 men killed their comrades. Finally, 1 killed the remaining 9 and himself. The Romans found bodies arranged in family groups, the great storehouses untouched. Josephus preserves a long exhortation he attributes to Eleazar on that final night, casting the choice as fidelity to God and freedom over the degradations of enslavement. Better to die together, he argues, than see wives abused, children dragged away, and men tortured, and better to leave the enemy no plunder but a testimony of abundance left behind. Modern readers rightly note that Josephus had no direct access to the council on the summit. He likely drew on the army's official report and the survivors' testimony, and then, in a choice that shaped how later ages remember Masada, recreated the scene as a dramatic set piece from within the circle of the doomed. Josephus didn't make up what happened at Masada, but he did shape how we remember it. He puts 2 stirring speeches into Eleazar ben Yair's mouth, turning the garrison's final act into a tragic, defiant set piece. That's striking, given how harshly Josephus attacks zealot factions elsewhere. One way to read it, he's using a deliberate literary contrast. Against the pageantry of Rome's victory parade, he sets a Jewish last stand, giving Masada pride of place near the end of his narrative, when he could have closed with the fall of Jerusalem alone. Even then, Masada isn't his final note. Josephus ends the Jewish war with the downfall of a Roman official who had executed thousands of wealthy Jews on trumped-up charges and hauled others off in chains. He lingers on the man's gruesome illness, a moral coda after years of brutality. In the wreckage of the revolt, Josephus himself is plainly unsettled. His homeland is gone. His loyalties and outlook are pulled in different directions. That restlessness shows on the page. Powerful, immediate writing that doubles as reportage and personal reckoning, but also wobbles at times as history and as literature. The fighting spirit didn't die with Jerusalem. Zealot circles tried to transplant their movement to other centers. Some reached Alexandria, only to be handed over to the Romans by local Jewish elites. The Egyptian temple tied to Onias was shut down in the backlash. In Cyrene, unrest flared again. A fugitive named Jonathan led poor followers into the desert with promises of signs and wonders. Denounced by the notables, he was captured, tortured in Rome, and burned alive. Militancy persisted. There were violent uprisings across the diaspora in the 2nd decade of the next century, and then, most dramatically, the Bar Kokhba War in Judea. Between 132 and 136, a leader hailed as Son of the Star, backed by the renowned Rabbi Akiva, rallied a broad coalition. The rebels retook Jerusalem, rebuilt defenses, restored priestly service, and minted new coins proclaiming national redemption. Volunteers streamed in from abroad. The hills swarmed with guerrillas. Caves and desert fortresses bristled with resistance. It took Rome 4 grinding years and 8 legions to crush that last bid for independence. By then, Josephus had long since died in the capital he once praised and condemned in equal measure. Whatever one thinks of his choices, he left behind one of antiquity's fullest war chronicles, part victory monument for the Flavians, part elegy for a shattered people.